The Power of Positive Self-Talk. Words that Rewire Your Mind. Introduction. From the earliest moments of self-awareness, a subtle yet powerful current flows within each human being, a yearning for progress, an intrinsic understanding that we are capable of more than our present state. This innate desire for growth and self-improvement is not a learned behavior or societal imposition. Rather, it is a fundamental aspect of what it means to be human. This inherent motivation propels us forward, encouraging us to seek new knowledge, develop skills, and ultimately, to become the best versions of ourselves. Consider the very foundation of the psychology of self-development, which posits that every individual possesses a potential for continuous growth and betterment. This inherent drive can be ignited by a multitude of internal factors, such as the allure of engaging tasks, the satisfaction of recognition, the excitement of new opportunities, or the deep-seated fulfillment that comes from achieving a meaningful goal. Motivation, in this context, acts as an internal catalyst, akin to an inner flame that sparks our interest in personal evolution and fuels our exploration of uncharted possibilities within ourselves. The journey of successful self-development is inextricably linked to this personal growth, with motivation serving as a pivotal force that awakens our potential and stimulates our progress. This driving force can originate from within, rooted in our core values, personal interests, and fundamental needs, or it can be influenced by the external world, shaped by the circumstances and incentives that surround us. Self-determination theory further illuminates this inherent human tendency, suggesting that the very need for growth propels our behavior. Individuals actively strive for growth as a means to cultivate a cohesive sense of self, to gain mastery over the challenges they encounter, and to wholeheartedly embrace novel experiences. This theory posits that self-determination flourishes when our fundamental psychological needs for competence, connection, and autonomy are satisfied. The need for competence speaks to our desire to master tasks and acquire diverse skills, fostering a belief in our ability to succeed. Connection or relatedness underscores our essential need for belonging and attachment to others, highlighting the importance of social support in our growth. Autonomy, the need to feel in control of our own behaviors and aspirations, empowers us to take direct action and instigate meaningful change in our lives. The fulfillment of these three needs cultivates intrinsic motivation, where our actions are driven by genuine interest and enjoyment rather than external pressures or rewards. Humanistic psychology, a perspective championed by influential figures like Abraham Maslow and Carl Rogers, further underscores this inherent human drive, emphasizing our innate inclination towards self-actualization and creativity. This optimistic viewpoint champions human potential and our capacity for transformation, rejecting the notion of being solely determined by our biology. Maslow's well-known hierarchy of needs visually represents this progression, with self-actualization positioned at the apex, symbolizing the realization of our fullest potential. While the strict linear progression of this hierarchy has been subject to debate, the fundamental concept of an inherent striving towards one's potential remains a potent motivator in the pursuit of personal development. Philosophical perspectives across history also resonate with this understanding of inherent human potential. It is often contemplated that the human spirit possesses a potential far exceeding that of any other earthly creature. This potential, often viewed as a precious gift, necessitates dedicated and persistent effort for its development. Even within the framework of existentialism, a philosophy that emphasizes freedom and responsibility, there is an inherent notion of continuous self-creation. It suggests that our essence is not predetermined, but is actively shaped through our choices and actions as our lives unfold. This implies an inherent capacity and responsibility to mold ourselves into who we aspire to be. The innate desire for growth is not merely a passive inclination. It is intrinsically linked to our capacity to actively shape ourselves. We are not simply swept along by the currents of life, but possess the remarkable ability to be the architects of our own evolution. Self-determination theory powerfully underscores this, defining self-determination as an individual's capacity to make choices and effectively manage their own life. The feeling of being in control of our own behaviors and aspirations, known as autonomy, is paramount to this sense of self-determination. This sense of autonomy empowers us to take direct and meaningful action, enabling us to create tangible changes in our lives. Furthermore, the development of competence, which is a fundamental need to master tasks and acquire new skills, significantly enhances our ability to sculpt ourselves. When we believe in our own capabilities, we become more inclined to actively pursue our goals and strive for continuous improvement. The work of Carol Dweck on mindset provides an invaluable framework for understanding our inherent capacity for self-shaping. A growth mindset is characterized by the belief that our intelligence, abilities, and talents are not fixed traits, but can be cultivated and expanded through dedication, effort, and a commitment to learning. This perspective contrasts sharply with a fixed mindset, which assumes that our abilities are innate and largely unchangeable. Recognizing and actively challenging a fixed mindset is often the first crucial step in embracing our potential for self-crafting. The field of neuroscience lends further support to the concept of a growth mindset through the principle of neuroplasticity. This refers to the brain's remarkable ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life in response to experience, learning, and environmental changes. This biological evidence powerfully reinforces the idea that we possess the capacity to literally rewire our brains for growth and development. Developing strong self-regulation skills is also essential in our journey of self-shaping. This involves cultivating a heightened awareness of our mental and physical states and consciously practicing cognitive reframing techniques to better manage our emotional responses to various situations. These skills provide us with the necessary tools to navigate the often complex emotional landscape of personal growth. Moreover, even seemingly simple yet deliberate actions, such as setting clear and specific goals for ourselves, can significantly stimulate our innate desire for self-improvement. Breaking down these larger aspirations into smaller, more manageable steps can make the overall journey feel less overwhelming and more attainable, fostering a sense of progress and accomplishment along the way. While the fundamental desire for growth and the inherent capacity for self-shaping are powerful motivators, the human drive often extends beyond these basic impulses to encompass a deeper quest for meaning and profound sense of betterment that transcends our immediate needs. Maslow's hierarchy of needs suggests that once our deficiency needs, those related to physiological well-being, safety, love, and esteem, are reasonably fulfilled, we naturally turn our attention towards growth needs, with self-actualization taking center stage. This transition involves a shift in focus from what we possess externally to who we are internally and who we aspire to become. Self-actualization, in this context, represents a profound shift from seeking external validation to cultivating a deep sense of internal fulfillment. Existentialist psychology delves deeply into this fundamental search for meaning, emphasizing our innate human desire to grapple with profound questions about our existence, our responsibilities, our inherent freedom, and our ultimate purpose in life. This perspective highlights the uniquely human need to understand our place within the vast tapestry of the world. Viktor Frankl, a prominent existential psychologist, pointedly reminds us that even when confronted with profound adversity, we retain the capacity to uncover meaning and to harness this deeply personal realization as a catalyst for positive transformation within ourselves. This suggests that the act of finding meaning in our lives can serve as a powerful source of resilience and enduring motivation. The philosophical concept of telos, as articulated by Aristotle, refers to the ultimate goal or inherent purpose of any existence. According to this ancient wisdom, acting in accordance with our inherent telos leads to a life of eudaimonia, often translated as happiness or profound well-being. For human beings, this involves a continuous development of our unique virtues and talents. This perspective elegantly links the pursuit of personal growth to a sense of ethical living and deep-seated fulfillment. Humanism, with its unwavering focus on human potential and inherent dignity, further emphasizes the importance of helping individuals not only live well, but also actively strive for personal growth and contribute to making the world a better place for all. This perspective broadens the scope of our drive for betterment to include our impact on the wider community and the interconnectedness of human existence. Moreover, the concept of self-transcendence, which Abraham Maslow explored in his later work, suggests that the human drive for betterment may extend even beyond the realm of self-actualization. It posits that the highest form of human motivation might involve connecting with something significantly greater than oneself, such as dedicating oneself to a meaningful cause or pursuing a profound sense of spiritual fulfillment. This implies a deep-seated desire to leave a lasting legacy or to contribute to something that extends beyond the boundaries of our own individual existence. Chapter 1. the power of self-awareness. Embarking on a journey of personal development and self-help is akin to setting sail on an exciting voyage of self-discovery. At the heart of this transformative experience lies a fundamental element, the cornerstone upon which all meaningful growth is constructed: self-awareness. Before we can effectively harness the power of positive self-talk to reshape our minds and lives, we must first take a clear and honest look at the landscape of our current inner world. Many individuals navigate their daily routines on what feels like an automatic setting, often reacting to circumstances without a deep understanding of the underlying currents of their own thoughts, feelings, and motivations. This chapter serves as a guide, illuminating the path toward conscious self-understanding, inviting a pause to consider a profound question. Who are you, truly, beyond the roles you play and the masks you wear? The journey towards self-awareness commences with an inward exploration, akin to venturing into an undiscovered and captivating land within ourselves. This initial step involves understanding the principles that govern our choices, the beliefs that shape our reality, and the unique characteristics that define our individuality. Our personal values serve as the fundamental principles that dictate our priorities and guide our actions throughout life. These values act as an internal compass, consistently pointing us toward what we deem most important and ultimately leading us toward a life imbued with purpose and authenticity. Often, these core values operate silently beneath the surface of our conscious thoughts, exerting their influence on our decisions even when we are not explicitly considering them. This can unfortunately lead to feelings of unease or dissatisfaction if our daily actions and choices are not in harmony with these deeply ingrained principles. To begin uncovering these guiding principles, it is beneficial to reflect upon past experiences that evoke strong positive emotions, such as happiness, pride, or fulfillment. By considering the specific details of those moments, such as the activities involved and the reasons for those feelings, individuals can often identify the underlying values that were being honored. Another effective technique involves contemplating individuals who are deeply admired. By analyzing the specific qualities and values that make these individuals so inspiring, a person can often gain insight into their own value system. Furthermore, the simple yet profound act of repeatedly asking why about one's goals and desires can peel away superficial motivations to reveal the core values that truly drive them. Reflecting on times of significant conflict or dissatisfaction can also be illuminating. Negative emotions often surface when a core value is being challenged or ignored, prompting valuable self-examination. While online values inventories can serve as a preliminary tool for those who find it challenging to identify their values independently, the importance of personal introspection and reflection cannot be overstated. Recognizing potential inconsistencies between stated values and actual behaviors can be a significant step toward living a more authentic and purposeful life. Our beliefs, on the other hand, function as the fundamental assumptions we hold to be true about ourselves, others, and the world around us. These beliefs act as an invisible framework, shaping how we interpret and respond to every experience we encounter. It is important to recognize that many of our most deeply ingrained beliefs, particularly those that took root during our formative childhood years, can be limiting or even negative, ultimately hindering our personal growth and negatively influencing our internal dialogue. To begin examining these foundational assumptions, one effective method involves paying close attention to automatic thoughts. These fleeting thoughts often surface rapidly throughout the day, particularly during moments of stress or intense emotion. By asking oneself what the first thought was in a specific situation, individuals can begin to identify the underlying beliefs that are at play. Keeping a thought diary can also be a valuable practice. By recording these automatic thoughts, along with the emotions they trigger and the situations in which they arise, patterns and recurring themes will gradually emerge, shedding light on underlying belief systems. The downward arrow technique offers another powerful approach to uncovering core beliefs. This technique involves taking an automatic thought and repeatedly asking, what would be so bad about that? Or, what does that mean about me? Until a fundamental assumption about oneself or the world is revealed. Additionally, it is beneficial to consciously question the evidence that supports one's beliefs, asking whether a belief is based on solid facts or mere assumptions, and if there is any evidence that might contradict it. While exploring one's belief systems can be a deeply personal journey, it is worth noting that therapy, especially cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, provides structured and effective methods for identifying and challenging negative or unhelpful core beliefs. Understanding how deeply ingrained core beliefs can drive automatic thoughts, feelings, and behaviors can illuminate the cause and effect relationships that shape our inner experience. Beyond our values and beliefs, our personality encompasses a unique and relatively stable set of traits and patterns that characterize our individual ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving. Gaining a deeper understanding of our personality can provide invaluable insights into our natural strengths, inherent weaknesses, personal preferences, and typical tendencies. One way to begin this exploration is through honest self-reflection on our natural inclinations, considering what activities energize us, what situations tend to drain our vitality, what skills come naturally to us, and where we typically encounter challenges can reveal key aspects of our personality. Stepping outside of our familiar routines and embracing new hobbies, activities, or social interactions can also be surprisingly revealing. New experiences often uncover previously unknown facets of our personality and hidden preferences. Paying close attention to our typical reactions in various situations, how we respond to stress, navigate conflict, experience joy, and cope with disappointment, can also offer significant clues about our underlying personality traits. For those seeking additional frameworks for understanding their personality, exploring personality assessments, such as the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI, or the Big Five personality traits can be beneficial. However, it is crucial to remember that these assessments are simply tools for self-discovery and should not be viewed as rigid or definitive labels. Ultimately, understanding one's personality can foster greater self-acceptance and lead to more informed decisions regarding career paths, relationship dynamics, and overall personal well-being. While the journey of self-awareness begins with this crucial inward exploration, it is equally important to consider how we are perceived by the world around us. Our self-perception, though vital, can sometimes be limited by our own inherent biases and unconscious blind spots. Often, those around us can see aspects of ourselves that we fail to recognize, providing invaluable insights into our behaviors and their subsequent impact. Understanding these external perspectives is not just about knowing how others see us. It is also fundamentally about improving our communication effectiveness, strengthening the quality of our relationships, and identifying any discrepancies between our intentions and the actual impact of our actions. While the prospect of seeking and receiving feedback can sometimes evoke feelings of discomfort or vulnerability, it remains an indispensable component of developing a more complete and objective understanding of ourselves. A particularly useful framework for navigating the complexities of self-perception in relation to others is the Johari window model. This model presents a visual representation of self-awareness through 4 distinct quadrants. The open area or arena represents those aspects of ourselves, our behaviors, attitudes, skills, and feelings that are known both to us and to the people around us. The larger this area, the more open and effective our communication and collaboration tend to be. The blind spot encompasses those aspects of ourselves that are apparent to others but remain unknown to us. This quadrant is particularly significant for personal growth, as it highlights areas where our self-perception diverges from how others experience us. The hidden area or facade contains the information about ourselves that we are aware but choose to keep private from others. While maintaining some level of privacy is natural and healthy, keeping too much hidden can impede the development of trust and intimacy in our relationships. Finally, the unknown area represents the aspects of ourselves that are unknown both to us and to others. This area can encompass untapped potential, unconscious biases, or unresolved experiences from the past. The primary goal in utilizing the Johari window is to expand the open area by consciously choosing to disclose more about ourselves, thereby reducing the hidden area, and by actively seeking feedback from others, which in turn helps to shrink the blind spot. This process underscores the reciprocal nature of self-awareness. When we demonstrate a willingness to share our own vulnerabilities and perspectives, it often creates a more secure and trusting environment for others to offer honest feedback, ultimately leading to a larger shared, open area. Effectively navigating the mirror of reflection also involves cultivating the ability to embrace and integrate feedback for personal growth. This requires developing a mindset of openness and receptivity, even when the feedback is critical or challenging to accept. It is important to remember that feedback, regardless of its nature, presents an opportunity for learning and development rather than a personal indictment. To elicit the most valuable insights, it is helpful to ask clear and targeted questions when seeking feedback, choosing appropriate times and settings for these conversations, and soliciting input from a diverse range of individuals. Active listening is paramount during feedback conversations. This involves paying close attention without interrupting, asking clarifying questions to ensure complete understanding, and acknowledging the effort and courage of the person providing the feedback. Before formulating a response, it is beneficial to take a moment to reflect on the feedback received, separating the content from any immediate emotional reactions. Finally, the true power of feedback lies in its application. Transforming feedback into tangible personal growth often involves setting specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, SMART goals that directly address the areas highlighted in the feedback. Cultivating this practice of actively seeking and thoughtfully integrating feedback fosters a continuous cycle of learning and improvement, not only enhancing individual self-awareness, but also contributing to stronger relationships and more effective professional interactions. Beyond understanding our inner landscape and how others perceive us, a crucial aspect of self-awareness involves identifying our core self, that authentic essence that lies beneath the layers of external influences and societal expectations. This journey of recognizing our true nature is fundamental to living a life of genuine fulfillment and inner peace. Authenticity, at its core, is a state of being genuine, honest, and true to oneself. It signifies a profound alignment between our outer actions and our innermost values, deeply held beliefs, and authentic feelings, rather than a constant striving to conform to externally imposed ideals. The authentic self can be understood as a very core of who we are, existing in a space free from the need for defenses and untainted by the pressures of the outside world. It is important to distinguish this genuine self from the adaptive self or the false self, which is a persona we might consciously or unconsciously present to others in an attempt to gain acceptance, avoid conflict, or simply meet the expectations we perceive from those around us. Ultimately, living in alignment with our authentic self is not merely a desirable state. It is essential for experiencing true joy, cultivating lasting inner peace, and forging genuine and meaningful connections with others. Embarking on the path to connect with our authentic self requires a conscious and often courageous effort. One powerful strategy involves intentionally tuning into our inner voice and trusting our intuition, that quiet, often subtle knowing that guides us when we create the space to listen. As explored in the first subsection, understanding and honoring our core values is also paramount. Authenticity thrives when our daily choices and actions are a direct reflection of what we truly hold dear. It is also beneficial to cultivate a keen awareness of the distinction between our own internal motivations and those actions that are primarily driven by external pressures or a deep-seated desire for the approval of others. Asking ourselves honestly, am I pursuing this path because it genuinely resonates with me? Or am I primarily motivated by a sense of obligation or the pursuit of external validation? Can be incredibly revealing. Engaging in practices such as mindfulness and regular journaling provides invaluable opportunities to connect with our innermost thoughts and feelings, creating a safe space for our authentic self to emerge without judgment. Furthermore, reflecting on the activities and experiences that bring us genuine joy and a profound sense of flow, those moments when we feel truly alive and fully engaged, often points directly to our core passions and the essence of our authentic selves. Intentionally setting aside time for solitude and silence, intentionally disconnecting from the constant barrage of external stimuli from phones and social media, allows our own thoughts and feelings to surface more readily, providing deeper access to our true nature. Finally, embracing new experiences and consciously stepping outside of our familiar comfort zones can be surprisingly effective in uncovering hidden aspects of our personality and revealing authentic preferences that we might not have been aware of before. Moments when we feel most genuinely real often coincide with times when our actions are in complete alignment with our core values and passions, unburdened by the need for external approval or validation. However, the journey toward our authentic self is often intertwined with the need to navigate and overcome the pervasive influence of external factors on our sense of identity. Societal norms, deeply ingrained family expectations, cultural traditions, and even the curated realities presented on social media can exert a significant pull, sometimes obscuring our authentic selves beneath layers of conformity. To navigate these external pressures, it is crucial to critically examine the values and beliefs we have adopted throughout our lives, questioning whether they truly resonate with our inner being or if they are simply internalized messages from our upbringing or the broader society. Cultivating meaningful relationships with individuals who genuinely accept and support our authenticity, rather than those who subtly or overtly pressure us to conform to their expectations, is also vital. Furthermore, it is important to acknowledge and process any emotions like shame, guilt, or the pervasive fear of judgment that can surface when we contemplate stepping outside the lines of societal norms and embracing our true selves. Building a strong foundation of self-confidence and self-trust provides the inner fortitude to follow our own unique path, even when it diverges from the well-trodden routes of others. Setting healthy boundaries is also essential to protect our personal energy and core values from being eroded by external pressures and expectations. Finally, gaining a deeper understanding of the origins of our beliefs and behaviors, which might involve exploring our family history and cultural background, can illuminate ingrained patterns of influence and provide valuable context for our present-day sense of self. Ultimately, embracing our authentic self, even amidst the inevitable external pressures, leads to a greater sense of inner peace, the development of stronger and more genuine relationships, and a more profoundly fulfilling life, as we are no longer expending precious energy trying to fit into a mold that was never truly ours. Self-awareness, as we have explored, is not a static destination to be reached, but rather an ongoing journey of discovery. To truly cultivate a deep and lasting understanding of ourselves, it is essential to build a habit of regular introspection. This practice allows us to consistently pause, examine our thoughts and feelings without the harsh lens of judgment, and gain progressively deeper levels of self-understanding. Engaging in regular self-reflection offers a multitude of profound benefits. It sharpens our ability to make informed decisions, helps us identify recurring patterns in our thoughts and behaviors, strengthens our capacity for emotional regulation, and fosters a greater sense of self-compassion. Ultimately, the consistent practice of introspection is an invaluable investment in our personal growth and our overall mental well-being. Building the habit of introspection involves intentionally incorporating specific techniques into our daily or weekly routines. One effective approach is to set aside a dedicated time each day, even if it's just for a few minutes, for quiet reflection. This could be during the peaceful moments of early morning before the day's demands begin, or in the quiet of the evening before sleep. Establishing a regular journaling practice provides a tangible outlet for our thoughts and feelings. Using prompts such as, "What am I grateful for today?" or "What challenges did I overcome?" can help guide this process. Engaging in mindfulness and meditation allows us to observe our thoughts and emotions without getting carried away by them, fostering a greater sense of presence and inner clarity. Asking ourselves reflective questions throughout the day, such as, "How am I feeling in this moment?" or "Is my behavior aligned with my intentions?" can also deepen our self-understanding. Some individuals find it helpful to engage in self-talk, articulating their thoughts and feelings aloud as a way to process them more effectively. Spending time in nature can provide a calming and grounding environment conducive to reflection. Finally, making a habit to review the events of the day, considering what went well, what could have been better, and what lessons were learned, can be a powerful form of ongoing self-assessment. The most effective introspection practices are often those that resonate with an individual's unique personality and preferences. Therefore, experimenting with various techniques is key to discovering what works best. Building a consistent habit of self-reflection can sometimes be challenging due to various obstacles. Time constraints in our busy lives can make it feel like another task to add to an already overflowing list. Distraction from technology and the demands of daily life can easily derail our attempts at quiet contemplation. Resistance to facing uncomfortable emotions or potentially unflattering truths about ourselves can also be a significant barrier. Some individuals may simply not know how to begin or feel overwhelmed by the prospect of self-examination. Maintaining consistency can also be a challenge, especially when the initial enthusiasm wanes. Finally, tendencies toward perfectionism or overthinking can sometimes hinder the process. To overcome these common barriers, It is helpful to prioritize self-reflection and consciously schedule it as a regular appointment. Even dedicating a small amount of time each day can yield significant benefits over time. Minimizing distractions by creating a dedicated space and silencing notifications can also be helpful. Approaching self-reflection with self-compassion and acceptance, reminding ourselves that growth is a process with its inevitable challenges, is crucial. Starting with simple, gentle questions and gradually deepening the practice as we become more comfortable can make the process feel less daunting. Finding an accountability partner or joining a supportive group can also provide encouragement and help us stay on track. By proactively addressing these common obstacles, we can cultivate a consistent practice of self-reflection, unlocking a powerful tool for continuous personal growth, profound self-understanding, and ultimately, a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. Self-awareness, in its essence, is not merely a desirable quality, but rather the very bedrock upon which all lasting positive change is built. It is an empowering gift that allows us to understand ourselves more deeply, navigate our lives with greater intention, and ultimately harness the transformative power of positive self-talk. By diligently exploring our values, beliefs, and personality, by thoughtfully considering how we are perceived by others, by striving to connect with our authentic selves, and by cultivating the essential habit of regular introspection, we embark on a lifelong adventure of self-discovery. This journey, though sometimes challenging, is profoundly rewarding, leading to continuous growth, deeper learning, and a more meaningful connection with ourselves and the world around us. As we lay this foundational groundwork of self-awareness, we prepare ourselves to effectively utilize the power of positive self-talk, which will be the focus of the chapters that follow, guiding us toward rewiring our minds and creating lasting positive transformation in our lives. Chapter 2, Defining Your Personal Vision. Embarking on a journey of personal development and self-help is akin to setting sail on a vast ocean. Without a clear destination in mind, the journey can feel aimless, tossed about by the waves of daily life. This chapter serves as your guide to charting your course by defining your personal vision, the fundamental direction that will steer your actions and decisions toward a more fulfilling existence. Just as a seasoned captain relies on a compass to navigate the seas, you too can harness the power of a personal vision to navigate the complexities of life and career. A personal vision statement acts as an internal compass. Clarify what truly motivates you and providing a profound sense of meaning and direction, particularly during times when you might feel overwhelmed or adrift. Life and career paths are often intricate, and moments arise where individuals question their current trajectory or feel the need for a fresh start. In such instances, a well-defined personal vision bridges a gap between your internal aspirations and the external world, offering clarity when purpose seems elusive. At the heart of your personal vision lies your why, the core reason behind your aspirations and actions. Understanding this fundamental purpose is the initial yet crucial step toward unlocking a more inspired and meaningful life. The journey of self-discovery encourages an exploration of your deep-seated purpose, the very essence of what drives you. This process transcends merely setting goals. It delves into the fundamental reasons that underpin those goals, providing a richer and more sustainable motivation. A personal vision statement can be understood as a declaration of your desired future, encompassing both your personal and professional ambitions. It serves as a reflection of your deepest aspirations, core values, and fundamental beliefs, thereby establishing a clear and compelling direction for your life journey. The act of articulating this vision, of putting your intentions and dreams into words, holds significant power in shaping your reality. By committing your vision to paper or its digital equivalent, you transform an abstract concept into a tangible guide that can inform your daily choices and long-term pursuits. This intentional act of crystallization provides a solid foundation upon which to build a life aligned with your authentic self. Once the compass of purpose is established, the next step involves vividly painting the picture of your ideal future. Visualization emerges as a potent technique for crafting this future and solidifying your personal vision. By engaging in the act of imagining your desired future, you enhance your focus and bring your aspirations into clearer alignment. This mental imagery helps to solidify what you truly want to achieve and the kind of life you wish to lead. There are primarily two approaches to visualization: outcome visualization, where you envision the desired end result, and process visualization, where you mentally rehearse each step required to reach that outcome. To amplify the effectiveness of visualization, it is beneficial to engage all five senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch as you imagine your future. This multi-sensory approach makes the vision feel more tangible and significantly enhances your motivation to pursue it. The more vividly you can experience your envisioned future, the stronger the emotional connection and the greater the belief in its attainability. Various practical techniques can aid in this visualization process. Creating a vision board, a collection of images and words that inspire you and represent your goals, serves as a constant visual reminder of your aspirations. Placing this board in a prominent location ensures that you are regularly exposed to your vision, reinforcing your focus. Another effective method involves using index cards where you write down your goals and review them regularly, visualizing their completion. Guided visualization exercises or meditation practices can also be valuable tools, helping you to relax and dedicate focused time to envisioning your goals. The process of visualization naturally intertwines with the initial stages of goal setting. As your vision becomes clearer, your personal aspirations and goals begin to take shape. These goals provide a crucial sense of direction and enable you to track your progress effectively. The act of visualizing success not only clarifies the desired future, but also ignites the emotions that fuel your motivation and strengthen your belief in your ability to achieve your vision. Furthermore, tools like vision boards act as enduring reminders, constantly reinforcing your focus and sustaining your motivation over the long term. This consistent visual reinforcement plays a vital role in keeping your personal vision at the forefront of your mind, guiding your actions and decisions. With a compelling vision painted in your mind, the next phase involves mapping out the journey to its realization. This transition from the abstract to the concrete requires setting objectives and creating a practical roadmap. It is essential to break down your broad vision of the future into tangible short-term and long-term goals. These objectives serve as milestones along your path, making the overall journey feel more manageable and providing clear targets to aim for. To bring structure to this process, consider adopting goal-setting frameworks, such as the SMART methodology: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound, or other established approaches. These frameworks offer a systematic way to define, plan, and ultimately achieve your objectives. The SMART framework, for instance, ensures that your goals are clearly defined and have a higher likelihood of being attained. Short-term objectives act as crucial stepping stones that lead you progressively towards your overarching long-term vision. Achieving these smaller goals generates a sense of progress and builds momentum, keeping you motivated on your journey. To create an effective roadmap, identify specific, actionable steps for each objective. When defining these steps, it is beneficial to consider your inherent strengths, existing skills, and deeply held values. This alignment ensures that your actions are not only effective but also resonate with your authentic self, making the journey more fulfilling. The structured approach provided by goal-setting frameworks is vital for translating an often abstract vision into concrete and manageable steps, thereby significantly increasing the probability of realizing that vision. Furthermore, the act of breaking down ambitious long-term goals into smaller, more immediate short-term objectives makes the entire vision feel less overwhelming and more within reach, fostering a continuous sense of advancement and sustained motivation. The final and perhaps most crucial aspect of defining your personal vision is a commitment to living with intention. It is paramount to align your daily actions with the personal vision you have so carefully established. Without this consistent alignment, your vision risks remaining a mere aspiration, a distant dream that never quite materializes. True progress and fulfillment stem from the deliberate integration of your vision into the fabric of your everyday life. Strategies for cultivating a life of intention include the regular review of your personal vision statement, ensuring it remains a guiding force in your decisions. Prioritizing tasks that directly contribute to your vision and making conscious choices about how you allocate your time and energy are also essential practices. When your daily actions are in harmony with your core values, your sense of self-worth is amplified, leading to a more deeply satisfying existence. When your daily schedule reflects your overarching life mission, each task transforms from a mere obligation into a meaningful stride towards your ultimate aspirations. Maintaining this alignment can present challenges. Distractions and competing priorities are inherent in modern life and can easily derail even the most well-intentioned efforts. To navigate these obstacles, it is helpful to establish clear boundaries and to regularly review and adjust your schedule as needed. This proactive approach allows you to stay focused on what truly matters and prevents your time from being consumed by activities that do not serve your vision. Connecting this back to the central theme of this book, the power of positive self-talk plays a significant role in reinforcing the alignment between your daily actions and your personal vision. Employing affirmations and engaging in constructive inner dialogue can strengthen your resolve and keep you focused on your intended path. This internal support system helps to maintain motivation, build resilience, and overcome the inevitable challenges that arise when striving toward a long-term vision. Ultimately, genuine fulfillment and tangible progress towards your personal vision are the result of consistently aligning your daily actions with your deepest values and long-term objectives. The consistent practice of positive self-talk is instrumental in sustaining this alignment, providing the mental fortitude needed to stay committed, especially when confronted with difficulties. Chapter 3. Cultivating a Growth Mindset, a Pathway to Personal Development. The assumptions and expectations individuals hold about their own capabilities and the nature of the world around them, collectively known as their mindset, exert profound influence on the trajectory of their lives. Understanding and intentionally shaping one's mindset can lead to significant improvements in overall well-being, including enhanced health, reduced stress levels, and increased resilience when facing life's inevitable challenges. The pioneering work of Stanford University professor Carol Dweck has been instrumental in illuminating the critical distinction between what she termed a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. At its core, a growth mindset is the empowering belief that one's abilities and intelligence are not static entities, but can be developed and enhanced through dedication, consistent effort, and a commitment to learning. This perspective is fundamental to unlocking an individual's full potential and fostering a sense of lasting personal fulfillment. The way individuals perceive their inherent qualities, such as intelligence and talent, significantly shapes their approach to learning, challenges, and ultimately their personal development. A fixed mindset is characterized by the belief that these qualities are largely predetermined and unchangeable. People operating from this mindset often prioritize proving their existing abilities rather than focusing on opportunities for growth and improvement. This orientation manifests in several common behaviors. They may shy away from challenges, fearing that failure will expose a lack of inherent talent. When faced with obstacles, individuals with a fixed mindset tend to give up more readily, interpreting difficulties as a sign of their limitations. They might also hold the belief that effort is only necessary for those who lack natural ability, viewing the need to work hard as an indication of insufficient talent or intelligence. Furthermore, constructive criticism can be perceived as a personal attack rather than valuable feedback for development, leading to defensiveness or dismissal. The success of others can also feel threatening to those with a fixed mindset, as it implies a deficiency in their own supposedly fixed abilities. To avoid judgment, individuals with a fixed mindset may attempt to conceal their flaws and weaknesses. They fundamentally believe that intelligence and talent are static qualities, set in stone, and not subject to significant development. Their focus tends to be on the outcome of tasks, often neglecting the importance of the learning process itself. When faced with setbacks, they are more likely to attribute their failures to an inherent lack of ability rather than considering external factors or insufficient effort. This can manifest in statements such as, "I'm just not good at math," or "I'm either good at something or I'm not." Ultimately, a fixed mindset can cultivate a significant fear of failure, which in turn limits an individual's willingness to take risks and hinders their overall personal growth. These beliefs often arise from an underlying need to constantly validate one's perceived inherent abilities and to prove oneself to others. The fear of not measuring up to these internal or external standards fuels the avoidance of situations where their fixed traits might be challenged. This fear is profoundly linked to the interpretation of failure as a direct reflection of their core identity and self-worth, rather than a temporary setback or a learning opportunity. Consequently, a fixed mindset can establish a detrimental cycle. The conviction that abilities are limited discourages individuals from embracing challenges. This avoidance then deprives them of valuable learning experiences, which ultimately reinforces their initial belief in static, unchangeable traits. In contrast, a growth mindset is founded on the belief that an individual's abilities and intelligence are not fixed, but can be developed and expanded through dedication, consistent effort, and a genuine commitment to learning. Individuals with this perspective understand that their fundamental abilities can be cultivated and strengthened through persistent effort and hard work. This belief system fosters a range of positive characteristics, including the willingness to embrace challenges as valuable opportunities for growth. They demonstrate persistence when facing setbacks, viewing them as temporary obstacles rather than insurmountable barriers. Effort is seen not as a sign of inadequacy, but as an essential pathway to achieving mastery and developing competence. Feedback and criticism are welcomed as constructive tools for learning and improvement. Instead of feeling threatened, individuals with a growth mindset often find inspiration and motivation in the success of others. They firmly believe that intelligence and talent are not fixed, but can be continuously improved and expanded. Their primary focus is on the learning process and the journey of improvement, rather than solely on achieving a specific outcome. This mindset is often reflected in statements like, "Math is challenging for me, but I know I can improve," or the empowering phrase, "I can't do this yet." Ultimately, a growth mindset cultivates a deep love for learning and fosters significant resilience in the face of adversity. It is important to recognize that a growth mindset is not simply about exerting more effort. It also entails employing effective learning strategies and actively seeking support when needed. The very structure of the human brain, with its remarkable capacity for neuroplasticity, provides a biological foundation for the principles of a growth mindset, demonstrating that our cognitive abilities are not fixed, but can indeed be developed and strengthened throughout our lives. Cultivating this growth-oriented perspective yields a multitude of positive outcomes, including a significant increase in motivation, higher levels of academic and professional achievement, a reduced risk of burnout, and an overall improvement in mental well-being. The way individuals perceive challenges plays a pivotal role in shaping their personal growth. Those with a fixed mindset often view challenges as potential threats that could expose their perceived lack of inherent ability. In stark contrast, a growth mindset encourages individuals to see challenges as exciting and valuable opportunities to expand their skills, acquire new knowledge, and ultimately grow as individuals. Reframing challenges in this way offers numerous psychological and practical benefits, including accelerated learning and the development of new skills, increased resilience and the ability to adapt to new situations, enhanced creativity and a greater capacity for innovative problem solving, and a stronger sense of self-confidence and belief in one's own potential. To cultivate this empowering perspective, it is beneficial to actively seek out challenges rather than avoiding them. Consciously reframing negative thoughts about challenges into positive affirmations, such as viewing difficulty as an opportunity to learn, can also be highly effective. Maintaining a focus on the journey of learning and personal growth, rather than solely on the final outcome, is also crucial. Furthermore, viewing setbacks not as definitive failures, but as temporary and surmountable obstacles foster a more resilient approach to challenges. The language individuals employ when discussing challenges can significantly influence their perception of these difficulties. The deliberate use of phrases like "not yet" serves as a powerful tool to reframe perceived limitations into temporary stages on the path to mastery. This simple linguistic adjustment transforms seemingly insurmountable obstacles into hurdles that can be overcome with continued effort and learning. Embracing challenges stands as a fundamental distinction between fixed and growth mindsets, directly impacting an individual's willingness to venture beyond their established comfort zone. By viewing challenges as opportunities rather than threats, individuals are more likely to adopt a proactive and solution-oriented approach to difficulties, contrasting sharply with the passive or avoidant behaviors often associated with a fixed mindset. A growth mindset is inherently connected to a genuine love for learning and a firm belief in the power of continuous improvement. This intrinsic motivation stems from a value placed on personal improvement and the inherent satisfaction derived from the process of learning itself. To cultivate this lifelong passion, several practical strategies can be adopted. Fostering curiosity and actively seeking answers to questions can ignite a thirst for knowledge. Embracing new experiences and intentionally stepping outside of one's established comfort zone can also stimulate learning and growth. Making learning a regular part of daily life, whether through reading, enrolling in courses, or pursuing new hobbies, reinforces its importance and enjoyment. Shifting the focus from solely achieving a specific outcome to appreciating the joy of discovery and the process of understanding can also deepen one's love for learning. Finally, setting personal learning goals and actively tracking one's progress can provide a sense of accomplishment and further fuel the desire to learn and grow. Cultivating a deep-seated love for learning is a vital component of developing a growth mindset, as it fosters greater adaptability and resilience in an ever-evolving world. Modeling this enthusiasm for learning and actively encouraging curiosity are powerful ways to instill a growth mindset in others. Resilience, defined as a capacity to effectively navigate and bounce back from adversity, is intricately linked with a growth mindset. The fundamental belief in the ability to improve and develop, which is central to a growth mindset, empowers individuals to persevere through setbacks and view them as opportunities for learning and future growth. Several effective strategies can be employed to cultivate resilience. Viewing mistakes and setbacks as invaluable learning experiences allows for growth and adaptation. Developing strong problem-solving skills equips individuals to address challenges more effectively. Cultivating a positive and realistic outlook can help maintain motivation and hope during difficult times. Building a strong network of supportive relationships provides a crucial buffer against stress and adversity. Practicing self-care and effectively managing stress levels are also essential for maintaining resilience. Furthermore, cultivating self-compassion, which involves treating oneself with the same kindness and understanding offered to a friend during difficult times, plays a significant role in fostering a growth-oriented response to setbacks. Resilience is not merely about returning to a previous state after adversity. It often involves profound personal growth and emerging stronger from challenging experiences. Self-compassion is a key element in building this capacity, as it mitigates harsh self-criticism and encourages a more understanding and accepting reaction to failures and difficulties. Cultivating a growth mindset is an ongoing process that requires self-awareness and intentional effort. The first step involves learning to recognize one's own fixed mindset beliefs and the triggers that activate them. This can be achieved by paying close attention to patterns of negative self-talk, tendencies towards defensiveness when receiving feedback, and underlying fears of failure or judgment. Once these limiting beliefs and triggers are identified, individuals can begin to actively challenge their validity, questioning the assumptions behind them and consciously choosing to replace them with more empowering, growth-oriented perspectives. The strategic use of positive affirmations and encouraging self-talk can further reinforce growth-oriented beliefs, such as affirming one's ability to learn and viewing challenges as opportunities for development. It is also beneficial to consciously shift the focus from solely praising outcomes to recognizing and celebrating the effort, strategies employed, and persistence demonstrated throughout the learning process. Embracing the phrase "yet" can be a simple but powerful tool to reframe perceived limitations and foster a sense of possibility. Actively seeking feedback and viewing it as a valuable resource for growth, rather than a personal critique, is also essential. Recognizing and celebrating even small wins and incremental progress can help build momentum and reinforce a belief in continuous improvement. Finally, surrounding oneself with other individuals who embody a growth mindset can provide inspiration and support on this journey. The principles of growth mindset are not abstract theories, but have been demonstrated to drive success across diverse fields. Numerous stories exist of individuals who have overcome significant challenges and achieved remarkable accomplishments by embracing a growth-oriented perspective in areas such as sports, education, and business. Furthermore, research has consistently demonstrated the positive impact of growth mindset interventions on improving academic performance, increasing motivation levels, and fostering greater resilience among students in educational settings. The principles of a growth mindset are also increasingly being applied in the realms of organizational and leadership development, fostering cultures of continuous improvement and adaptability. These real-life accounts serve as compelling evidence of how the adoption of growth mindset principles can lead to tangible and positive changes in individuals' lives. Sharing these personal narratives and case studies can effectively illustrate the practical application of these concepts and inspire readers to embark on their own journeys of growth. The demonstrated effectiveness of growth mindset interventions across various domains underscores the universal relevance and broad applicability of these fundamental principles for achieving goals and navigating challenges in diverse contexts. Chapter 4. Understanding Your Emotions, the Foundation of Personal Growth. Just as learning the alphabet forms the bedrock of literacy, understanding your emotions serves as a fundamental skill for personal development. In the same way that a limited vocabulary restricts your ability to express complex thoughts and ideas, a restricted emotional vocabulary hinders your capacity to truly understand yourself and connect authentically with the world around you. Emotions are far more nuanced than simple labels like happy, sad, or angry suggest. They exist across a vast and intricate spectrum, each with its own unique message and significance. Expanding your awareness of this rich inner landscape is a first crucial step toward emotional mastery and a more fulfilling life. One powerful tool in this journey of emotional exploration is the emotion wheel. Think of it as a visual map of your inner world, a guide to help you pinpoint and articulate the subtle shades of your feelings. Emotion wheels, such as the well-known Plutchik's Wheel of Emotions, typically organize emotions by categorizing them into primary feelings at the center, with more nuanced variations radiating outwards. Plutchik proposed 8 primary emotions: joy, sadness, anger, fear, trust, surprise, anticipation, and disgust, arranged in a circle with their respective polar opposites positioned directly across from each other. For instance, joy stands opposite sadness, and fear opposes anger. Furthermore, the intensity of these emotions is often visually represented on the wheel, with colors or shades becoming darker as the emotion intensifies toward the center, illustrating how a feeling like anger can range from mere annoyance to overwhelming rage. Intriguingly, the spaces between these primary emotions often symbolize the blending of feelings, giving rise to secondary emotions such as love, which can be seen as a combination of joy and trust, or optimism, resulting from the merging of anticipation and joy. By engaging with an emotion wheel, you can significantly enhance your emotional intelligence, develop a more profound sense of self-awareness by having a structured way to explore what you're feeling, and ultimately facilitate better communication by enabling you to articulate your emotional experiences with greater precision. Practical ways to incorporate an emotion wheel into your life include using it for daily self-reflection to identify the emotions you've experienced, exploring your current feelings in the moment they arise, and tracking your emotional patterns over time to gain valuable insights into your personal triggers and responses. The sheer breadth of human emotional experience is staggering. Research suggests that individuals can experience at least 27 distinct emotions, and this number doesn't even account for the myriad combinations and intensities that are possible. This vastness underscores the importance of developing a comprehensive emotional vocabulary to navigate our complex inner lives. However, many people find it challenging to identify and talk about their feelings. This difficulty can stem from societal norms that don't always encourage vulnerability and a lack of formal education on emotional literacy. Recognizing that these struggles are common can help normalize your own experiences and encourage you to actively develop this crucial skill. Beyond using an emotion wheel, several other practical techniques can aid in identifying your feelings. Journaling, for instance, provides a safe and private space to process your emotional experiences and connect with yourself on a deeper level, free from the worry of how others might respond. Engaging with art in its various forms can also be a powerful way to pinpoint emotions. Paying attention to the feelings portrayed in music, movies, paintings, or literature, and observing how your own body and mind react can offer valuable clues to your inner state. Furthermore, creating art yourself, whether through writing, drawing, or even movement, can be a way to express feelings that you might not yet be able to consciously label. Finally, various emotion tools, such as feelings lists and mobile applications like How We Feel, can serve as helpful resources for labeling your emotions and tracking them over time, potentially revealing recurring patterns and triggers that might otherwise go unnoticed. Ultimately, remember that the ability to accurately identify your feelings is the very first step towards managing them effectively and building the resilience necessary for navigating the inevitable ups and downs of life. The structure of the emotion wheel, with its layers of intensity and relationships between emotions, illustrates that our emotional experiences are often complex and multifaceted, with primary feelings evolving into more nuanced states. This interconnectedness suggests that understanding one emotion can often shed light on others. The difficulty many face in articulating emotions, sometimes leading to the term alexithymia, indicates that emotional literacy is a skill that needs to be developed and isn't necessarily innate. This highlights the value of actively engaging with tools and techniques designed to expand our emotional vocabulary. Furthermore, using art as a tool for emotional identification taps into a different, often more intuitive, way of understanding feelings, suggesting that emotions are not solely cognitive, but also deeply connected to our sensory and aesthetic experiences. This can be particularly helpful for those who find direct verbal labeling challenging. Building upon a foundation of emotional literacy, emotional intelligence, EQ, emerges as a critical skill for personal growth and well-being. EQ can be defined as a capacity to understand, utilize, and manage your own emotions in positive ways, enable you to effectively navigate stress, communicate with clarity, empathize with others, overcome obstacles, and resolve conflicts. Notably, research increasingly suggests that EQ plays a more significant role in achieving success and overall life satisfaction than traditional measures of intelligence, IQ. Developing your emotional intelligence can therefore yield substantial benefits in various aspects of your life. One of the most influential models of EQ is proposed by Daniel Goleman, which outlines 4 key domains: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. For the purpose of understanding and managing your own emotions, we will primarily focus on self-awareness and self-management. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of emotional intelligence, representing your ability to recognize your own emotions and understand how these feelings influence your thoughts and behaviors. This includes having a clear understanding of your personal strengths and weaknesses, your core values, and a healthy sense of self-confidence. It is crucial to recognize that self-awareness serves as the bedrock upon which all other aspects of EQ are built. Cultivating self-awareness offers numerous benefits for personal growth, including the ability to identify and leverage your unique strengths, recognize and address your weaknesses through introspection, gain a deeper understanding of how your emotions impact your interactions and relationships, and become more receptive to feedback from others. Practical strategies for enhancing self-awareness include engaging in mindfulness practices, such as meditation, which help you pay attention to the present moment without judgment, keeping a journal to reflect on your thoughts, feelings, and experiences, actively seeking feedback from trusted friends, family, or colleagues on your behaviors and their impact, and paying close attention to your emotional triggers and the defense mechanisms you tend to employ when feeling uncomfortable. Complementing self-awareness is self-management, also often referred to as self-regulation. This domain encompasses your ability to control impulsive feelings and behaviors, manage your emotions in healthy and constructive ways, take initiative, follow through on your commitments, and effectively adapt to changing circumstances. Self-management involves effectively handling your emotional reactions to various situations and individuals, tolerating uncertainty and ambiguity in high-pressure moments, and having capacity to prioritize longer-term, more important goals over immediate gratification. Developing strong self-regulation skills is vital for personal growth, as it enables you to act in alignment with your core values, effectively manage stress and anxiety, and bounce back from setbacks and disappointments with greater resilience. To improve your self-management abilities, consider incorporating practices such as mindfulness and meditation to create a buffer between your initial feelings and your subsequent actions, consciously pausing before responding in emotionally charged situations to allow yourself time to think, taking a step back from a situation to gain a broader perspective, recognizing and naming the specific emotions you are experiencing, and practicing cognitive reappraisal, which involves consciously reframing your interpretation of a situation to change your emotional response. Beyond self-awareness and self-management, internal motivation also plays a significant role in emotional intelligence. This involves being driven by intrinsic factors such as personal satisfaction and a sense of purpose, rather than solely by external rewards. Understanding your own unique motivations is key to achieving your goals and inspiring others. Self-awareness is not simply about recognizing what you feel. It's also about understanding why you feel that way and how your emotions influence your behavior and your interactions with others. This deeper level of understanding is fundamental to effective self-management. Furthermore, effective self-management is not about suppressing or denying your emotions. Rather, it's about acknowledging them and consciously choosing a response that aligns with your values and your long-term objectives. This involves a deliberate shift from automatic reactions to thoughtful and intentional responses. The practice of mindfulness appears as a recurring theme across various aspects of emotional intelligence, including self-awareness, self-management, and social awareness. This suggests that cultivating present moment awareness without judgment is a central skill for developing a greater understanding and control over your emotional world. Moving beyond understanding and managing your own emotions, the ability to recognize and respond to the emotions of others, known as empathy, is a cornerstone of building meaningful connections. Empathy can be defined as a capacity to understand and share the feelings of another person. It involves more than just acknowledging that someone else is feeling an emotion. It requires putting yourself in their shoes and striving to understand their perspective and experience. It is important to distinguish empathy from sympathy. While sympathy involves feeling sorry for someone and acknowledging their pain, empathy goes a step further by involving the ability to feel with them, to share in their emotional experience. Researchers often differentiate between cognitive empathy, which is the ability to understand another person's mental state and what they might be thinking or feeling, emotional empathy, which involves actually feeling what another person is feeling, and compassionate empathy, which encompasses both understanding and feeling, coupled with a desire to help. Empathy plays a vital role in fostering strong interpersonal relationships across all facets of life, whether personal, professional, or social. It is fundamental for building trust, improving the quality of communication, resolving conflicts in a peaceful and constructive manner, and promoting altruistic behaviors. Fortunately, empathy is not an innate trait, but a skill that can be developed and strengthened through conscious effort and consistent practice. Several techniques can help cultivate your empathetic abilities. Active listening is paramount, requiring you to give your full attention to the speaker, focusing not only on their words, but also on their underlying feelings and nonverbal cues. Techniques such as maintaining appropriate eye contact, nodding to show engagement, paraphrasing what you hear to ensure understanding, and asking clarifying questions can significantly enhance your ability to listen actively. Cultivating curiosity about the experiences of others is also essential. Make a conscious effort to learn about the perspectives and lived realities of the people around you, even those whose backgrounds or viewpoints differ from your own. Engaging in conversations, reading books, and watching films that offer diverse narratives can broaden your understanding. Paying close attention to nonverbal communication, including facial expressions, body language, and tone of voice, can provide valuable insights into the emotions someone might be experiencing. Actively practicing perspective taking, which involves consciously trying to imagine yourself in another person's situation and considering their potential thoughts, feelings, and motivations, can significantly enhance your empathy. Finally, it is crucial to challenge your own biases and assumptions. Everyone carries biases, whether conscious or unconscious, and these can act as significant barriers to empathy. By recognizing and actively working to challenge your own preconceived notions, you can become more open to understanding the experiences of others. It is worth noting that emotional intelligence and empathy are closely intertwined, with higher levels of EQ often correlating with a greater capacity for empathy. Empathy involves both understanding cognitive and feeling emotional the emotions of others. Recognizing this distinction can lead to a more complete and effective empathetic response. Active listening is not merely about hearing the words someone speaks. It also involves understanding the emotions that lie beneath the surface of their communication. This requires paying close attention to both their verbal and nonverbal cues. Overcoming your own personal biases is a critical step in developing empathy. By acknowledging and actively challenging your preconceived notions, you can gain a clearer understanding of others' perspectives without the filter of your own judgments. The final piece of the puzzle in understanding your emotions lies in developing healthy and constructive ways to express them. Expressing your feelings in a way that is both authentic and respectful is crucial for your overall mental and physical well-being, for effectively managing stress, and for fostering stronger and more meaningful relationships. Conversely, suppressing your emotions, while it might seem like a way to avoid discomfort in the short term, can have detrimental consequences for your mental and physical health over time. Fortunately, There are many practical strategies you can employ to express your emotions in a healthy and constructive manner. The first step is to acknowledge and identify the specific emotions you are experiencing. Once you are aware of what you are feeling, try to use I statements when communicating your emotions to others. This involves focusing on how you feel from your own perspective, such as, I feel frustrated when, rather than placing blame with, you always make me, when others are expressing their emotions to you. Remember to practice active listening, being fully present and acknowledging their feelings without immediately offering solutions or judgment. Finding healthy creative outlets for your emotions, such as engaging in art, music, writing, or physical activity, can provide a safe and productive way to process complex feelings. Don't hesitate to seek social support by talking to trusted friends, family members, or a therapist who can offer valuable perspective and understanding. Engaging in relaxation techniques, such as deep breathing exercises, meditation, or mindfulness practices, can help you manage intense emotions in the moment and prevent impulsive reactions. Developing strong emotional regulation skills through practice can enable you to respond to emotional triggers in a more balanced and rational way. Finally, strive to communicate clearly and directly. Express your feelings honestly and respectfully to ensure your message is understood. Positive self-talk plays a significant role in creating a safe and supportive internal environment for healthy emotional expression. By challenging negative beliefs about emotions and encouraging self-acceptance through positive internal dialogue, you can create a space where it feels safer to acknowledge and express your feelings without fear of judgment or harsh self-criticism. Remember that healthy emotional expression is not about impulsively venting your feelings, but rather about communicating them in a thoughtful way that aims for understanding and connection, even when those emotions are intense. Suppressing your emotions, while it may seem like an easy way to avoid discomfort, can have a cumulative negative impact on both your mental and physical health, underscoring the importance of finding healthy and constructive outlets for emotional expression. Positive self-talk can serve as your internal coach, encouraging and validating your right to feel and express your emotions authentically, thereby fostering a more open and accepting approach to your inner world. By developing your emotional vocabulary, cultivating self-awareness and self-management skills, practicing empathy towards others, and learning healthy ways to express your feelings, you are equipping yourself with essential tools for personal growth and a more fulfilling life. Understanding your emotions is not a destination, but an ongoing journey of self-discovery and connection. Embrace this journey with curiosity and compassion, and you will unlock the power to navigate your inner world with greater wisdom and resilience. Chapter 5. The Power of Communication. Words that connect and empower. Imagine a moment when a simple conversation shifted the course of your day. Perhaps a heartfelt exchange that lifted your spirits, or a misunderstanding that left you feeling deflated. While the power of positive self-talk resides within our interactions with the world around us, the very fabric of our daily lives are intricately woven with the threads of communication. Just as the words we whisper to ourselves can reshape our inner landscape, the ways we communicate with others hold immense power to build bridges, foster understanding, and ultimately contribute to our personal growth journey. This chapter delves into profound influence of communication, exploring how mastering its various facets can be as transformative as rewiring the thoughts within our own minds. Communication is more than just the exchange of information. It is the art of building connections, understanding diverse perspectives, and creating relationships that enrich our lives in countless ways. The art of active listening, more than just hearing. In the realm of effective communication, active listening stands as a cornerstone, a deliberate and engaged process that transcends the mere act of hearing words. It demands our complete focus, an unwavering attention to both the spoken words and the subtle, often unspoken, cues that accompany them. It necessitates a genuine curiosity and sincere desire to grasp the speaker's message in its entirety. To truly listen actively, one must be fully present in the moment, consciously minimizing distractions that vie for our attention, and establishing eye contact that signals our engagement. Our body language, too, plays a vital role, with open postures and encouraging nods serving as nonverbal affirmations of our attentiveness. Beyond simply absorbing the words, active listening involves a crucial step of reflecting back what we have heard. By paraphrasing the speaker's main points and summarizing their message in our own words, We not only confirm our comprehension, but also convey to the speaker that their thoughts and feelings are valued and understood. This act of reflection creates a shared understanding, ensuring that both parties are on the same page. Furthermore, active listening encourages us to delve deeper into the conversation by posing clarifying and open-ended questions. These types of inquiries invite the speaker to elaborate on their thoughts, share more profound insights, and explore their perspectives more fully. It's important to remember that active listening is not an innate talent, but rather a skill cultivated through deliberate practice and conscious effort. When we truly engage in active listening, we wield a powerful tool for forging stronger bonds and nurturing trust within our relationships. The simple act of making someone feel heard creates a sense of respect and validation. This, in turn, cultivates a safe and supportive environment where openness and vulnerability can flourish, strengthening the very foundation of our interpersonal connections. Moreover, active listening acts as a potent antidote to misunderstandings, significantly enhancing clarity in our communication. By focusing intently on the speaker and diligently confirming our understanding, we minimize the potential for misinterpretations, paving the way for more effective and productive interactions. Clear and confident expression, honing your verbal and nonverbal communication skills. The ability to express ourselves clearly and confidently is another vital aspect of effective communication. In our verbal exchanges, clarity and conciseness are paramount. Opting for simple, straightforward language and consciously avoiding the trap of jargon or overly complex terminology significantly enhances the likelihood of our message being understood by others. Complementing clarity is the art of articulation, ensuring that our speech is distinct and easily comprehensible. Beyond the words themselves, the tone of our voice carries a wealth of information, conveying our emotions, attitudes, and the underlying meaning we intend to impart. By skillfully varying our pitch, volume, and the pace at which we speak, we can add layers of nuance and emphasis to our message, making it more engaging and impactful. Equally powerful, yet often underestimated, is the realm of nonverbal communication. Our body language, encompassing our posture, the gestures we employ, and the eye contact we maintain, speaks volumes about our confidence, sincerity, and level of engagement. Even the subtle expressions that dance across our faces contribute significantly to how our message is received. When our verbal and nonverbal cues align harmoniously, they amplify the impact of our communication and foster a sense of trust and authenticity in our interactions. Projecting confidence through nonverbal communication can profoundly influence how our message resonates with others, often shaping the perception of our competence and trustworthiness. These unspoken signals often precede our words, adding layers of meaning that can either reinforce or contradict our intended message. A confident posture, steady eye contact, and purposeful gestures convey self-assurance and a strong belief in what we are communicating, ultimately leading to greater credibility and influence. Furthermore, the deliberate selection of our words can dramatically enhance the clarity and overall impact of our verbal communication. Choosing words that are simple, specific, and evoke vivid imagery ensures that our message is not only easily understood, but also leaves a lasting impression on our audience. Conversely, imprecise or poorly chosen words can lead to confusion, misunderstandings, and a diminished effect of our intended communication. Navigating difficult conversations, strategies for handling conflict, and expressing differing opinions. Life inevitably presents us with conversations that feel challenging, where conflicts may arise, or differing opinions need to be voiced. Approaching these delicate interactions with thoughtful strategies can make all the difference. Preparation is key before engaging in a difficult conversation. Taking the time to clarify our objectives and striving to understand the other person's perspective can significantly improve the outcome. When it comes to expressing opinions that diverge from others, doing so respectfully is crucial. Employing I statements allows us to articulate our views from our own perspective, minimizing defensiveness in the other person. Simultaneously, actively listening to truly understand the opposing viewpoint, focusing on the issue at hand rather than making it personal, helps to foster more constructive dialogue. Difficult conversations can often stir up strong emotions. Developing techniques for managing these emotions, such as taking brief breaks when needed, practicing mindfulness to stay grounded, and consciously focusing on the desired outcome of the conversation, can help us navigate these moments with greater composure. The power of active listening and empathy cannot be overstated in de-escalating conflict and fostering a deeper sense of understanding between individuals. Shifting the focus from assigning blame to collaboratively identifying solutions and reaching agreements is also a vital strategy for navigating these challenging interactions successfully. Adopting a positive mindset when approaching difficult conversations, with a genuine focus on achieving mutual understanding, can transform these potentially tense interactions into valuable opportunities for personal growth and the strengthening of relationships. Our internal disposition significantly influences the trajectory and outcome of any interaction. Entering a difficult conversation with an expectation of negativity can inadvertently create a defensive atmosphere. Conversely, a positive attitude, coupled with sincere commitment to finding common ground and truly understanding the other person's perspective, paves the way for more constructive and resolution-oriented discussions. Cultivating strong conflict resolution skills is an indispensable asset for navigating disagreements effectively and maintaining healthy relationships across all facets of life. Conflict is an inherent part of the human experience. Possessing well-honed conflict resolution skills, such as the ability to listen actively, empathize with others, and express oneself respectfully, empowers us to address disagreements in a constructive manner, identify mutually acceptable solutions, and prevent conflicts from escalating into damaging situations. The importance of empathy in communication. Connecting heart to heart. At the heart of truly effective communication lies empathy, the remarkable ability to understand and share the feelings of another person. It involves stepping into another person's shoes, understanding their perspective, and acknowledging their emotions. While often used interchangeably, empathy differs from sympathy, which is more about feeling sorry for someone's situation. Empathy fosters a deeper connection, allowing us to truly resonate with what others are experiencing. Empathy serves as a powerful force in strengthening relationships, building trust, fostering understanding, and nurturing a profound sense of connection between individuals. In the realm of conflict resolution, empathy plays a crucial role by enabling individuals to perceive a situation from the other person's vantage point, identify common ground, and work towards mutually agreeable solutions. Empathetic communication manifests in various practical ways, such as actively validating someone's feelings by acknowledging their emotions, recognizing their perspectives, even if we don't fully agree, and offering genuine support during challenging times. It's important to remember that empathy is not an inherent trait, but a skill that can be developed and strengthened through conscious effort and consistent practice. When empathy is thoughtfully combined with active listening, it creates a powerful foundation for communication that is not only effective, but also deeply meaningful, fostering stronger connections in both our personal and professional lives. Active listening provides a framework for understanding the content of a message, while empathy allows us to tap into the emotional landscape and the unique perspective of the speaker. This synergy cultivates a profound sense of being truly heard and valued, which are essential ingredients for building resilient and meaningful relationships. Furthermore, the act of cultivating empathy extends benefits beyond our interactions with others, contributing significantly to our own personal growth, enhancing our emotional intelligence, and promoting an overall sense of well-being. By consciously stepping outside our own viewpoints and considering the world through another's eyes, we broaden our understanding, deepen our emotional awareness, and foster a greater sense of compassion. These qualities are fundamental to our personal development, contribute to a richer emotional intelligence, and ultimately lead to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Chapter 6. Developing Strong Relationships. The human experience is fundamentally social. From our earliest days, we are wired for connection, seeking out interactions and forming bonds with those around us. This inherent need for belonging has deep roots in our evolutionary history, where community was essential for survival and well-being. Evidence consistently demonstrates that individuals with strong social connections tend to lead longer, healthier, and ultimately more fulfilling lives. Conversely, feelings of loneliness and isolation can have profound negative impacts on our mental, emotional, and even physical health, with some studies suggesting these effects can be more detrimental than well-established risk factors like obesity, smoking, or high blood pressure. It's important to recognize that simply being in the presence of others isn't always enough. One can experience profound loneliness even within a crowd or a marriage, highlighting that the quality of our relationships holds far greater significance than mere quantity. Beyond our basic need for companionship, healthy relationships play a vital role in our personal growth, emotional well-being, and overall satisfaction with life. These relationships are characterized by mutual respect, trust, open communication, and a genuine appreciation for each other's individuality. They extend beyond superficial interactions, fostering an environment where honesty, respect for personal space and privacy, encouragement of individual pursuits, comfortable expression of thoughts and feelings, a sense of physical safety, and the ability to find common ground and compromise are paramount. When these elements are present, relationships contribute significantly to our emotional stability, fostering personal development and enhancing our overall happiness. They provide a crucial sense of belonging, offering love and unwavering support that can carry us through life's inevitable challenges. The positive influence of these connections extends across various aspects of our lives, with healthy relationships with family, friends, and romantic partners contributing to a greater sense of joy, improved physical health, and a richer quality of life. Within the family unit, strong relationships have been shown to reduce rates of anxiety and depression while bolstering self-esteem, demonstrating the profound impact of our closest bonds. Different types of positive relationships offer unique contributions to our overall well-being, underscoring the importance of cultivating a diverse network of meaningful connections. The benefits of strong social connections extend beyond our mental and emotional landscape, reaching into the realm of our physical health. Research has established a clear link between robust social bonds and an increased likelihood of living a longer life, a stronger immune system, reduced inflammation throughout the body, and a quicker recovery from illness. Social connection can also play a protective role against the development of chronic diseases, including conditions such as heart disease, stroke, dementia, and depression. Furthermore, positive relationships have been shown to enhance our ability to effectively manage stress, anxiety, and depression, while also encouraging the adoption of healthier eating habits and a more active lifestyle. Individuals in healthy relationships often report experiencing less stress in their daily lives, tend to heal more effectively from physical ailments, are more likely to engage in positive health behaviors, often feel a greater sense of purpose in their lives, and ultimately tend to live longer. This interconnectedness between the quality of our relationships and both our mental and physical health underscores the importance of adopting a holistic perspective on well-being, where strong social connections are recognized as a fundamental pillar of a healthy and thriving life. Building strong relationships requires a foundation of trust. Trust is not merely a feeling. It is constructed through consistent actions that demonstrate vulnerability, reliability, and genuine integrity. It serves as the bedrock upon which all healthy relationships are built. Being dependable, honoring commitments, and maintaining honesty in our interactions are essential components in cultivating trust. It involves having faith in each other's reliability and moral principles. This sense of trust is something that is earned gradually over time and extends to both the seemingly small everyday interactions and the significant decisions that shape our lives. Consistency in our behavior plays a crucial role in reinforcing this trust, assuring those around us that we are dependable and true to our word. Even when we make mistakes, admitting them openly and without offering excuses is vital for preserving and strengthening the bonds of trust. When trust has been damaged, the process of repair requires specific and deliberate actions. Offering a sincere and meaningful apology, sometimes repeatedly, is a necessary first step. Demonstrating an unwavering commitment to the healing process through consistent honesty, reliability, and a tangible effort to change is equally important. Furthermore, maintaining transparency, even when the truth is uncomfortable to share, can help to rebuild the broken connection. Developing rapport is another crucial aspect of building strong relationships, and effective communication serves as the primary tool in this process. Building rapport involves leveraging your individual strengths and personality to create a genuine connection with others. It's about being authentic and present in your interactions, rather than trying to be someone you're not. Active listening, which involves listening with the intent to truly understand the other person's perspective, is fundamental to building rapport and fostering meaningful connections. When you actively listen, you make the other person feel valued, comfortable, and truly heard. This involves giving your full attention to the speaker, maintaining appropriate eye contact, allowing them sufficient time to express themselves without interruption, showing respect for their thoughts and feelings, and asking open-ended questions that encourage them to share more. Active listening is a skill that encompasses both our verbal responses and our nonverbal cues. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person, is also essential for building trust and rapport. Empathy goes beyond simply comprehending the words someone is saying. It involves connecting with their emotional experience and validating their feelings without judgment. This requires emotional attunement, active engagement in the conversation, and thoughtful, reflective responses that show you are truly grasping their emotional state. Showing genuine interest in the other person, their needs, and their point of view is a cornerstone of establishing rapport. Asking insightful follow-up questions demonstrates that you are engaged in the conversation and eager to learn more, which helps to deepen the connection. Nonverbal communication also plays a significant role. Using positive body language, such as nodding to show understanding, smiling to convey warmth, and maintaining comfortable eye contact, can greatly enhance rapport and make the other person feel more at ease. Furthermore, seeking out commonalities, shared interests, or similar experiences can provide an easy and natural starting point for building rapport and fostering a deeper connection. Underlying all successful relationships is the power of authenticity. Authenticity in relationships means presenting your true self to others without concealing your emotions, needs, or vulnerabilities. It's about fostering genuine soul connections where you can be seen and accepted for who you truly are. Being authentic involves a deep sense of self-awareness, an unbiased processing of your experiences, aligning your behavior with your core values, and maintaining relational transparency. It necessitates a willingness to be vulnerable and to trust that others will accept you, flaws and all. Authenticity is more than just being honest. It's a multifaceted concept that requires a deep understanding of yourself and a commitment to living in alignment with your innermost beliefs and principles. The process of cultivating authenticity is an active one, demanding introspection, self-reflection, and the courage to step outside your comfort zone and be truly seen by others. This journey involves connecting with your inner self, embracing vulnerability even when it feels scary, clearly expressing your needs without fear, establishing healthy boundaries to protect your well-being, speaking your truth with honesty and integrity, and acknowledging any discomfort that arises as you shed layers of pretense. Authentic relationships are characterized by closeness, support, and nurturing, and they are directly linked to our overall happiness, well-being, and sense of self-esteem. Creating personal space within relationships through healthy boundaries is essential for their longevity and for safeguarding your emotional health. Boundaries are the personal limits we establish that define what we are willing to accept from others and what we are not. They delineate the boundaries of our physical and emotional space, helping us to maintain a sense of control and well-being. Healthy boundaries foster mutual respect and autonomy within a relationship. They are not intended to create distance, but rather prevent misunderstandings and ensure that all individuals involved feel safe, respected, and valued. Setting healthy boundaries is crucial not only for your own health, but also for the health of your relationships, helping to build strong connections while avoiding those that are unhealthy or draining. By establishing these limits, we protect our mental health and overall well-being, preventing feelings of burnout, resentment, and being taken advantage of. Ultimately, healthy boundaries contribute to improved relationships, a greater sense of self-esteem, and a more balanced and fulfilling life. Setting boundaries is an act of self-care that directly impacts our emotional well-being and reinforces our sense of self-respect. Establishing healthy boundaries begins with self-awareness. It requires a clear understanding of your own expectations, needs, and what you are and are not comfortable with in various situations. This involves identifying your personal limits in terms of your time, emotional investment, and the energy you have to give. Once you have a good understanding of your boundaries, the next step is to communicate them clearly and assertively to the people in your life, focusing on how certain behaviors make you feel and what your specific needs are, all while maintaining a respectful tone. Using I statements can be particularly effective in expressing your boundaries without placing blame. It's important to be direct and straightforward in your communication, avoiding vagueness or hinting at what you need. In professional settings, it's helpful to be upfront about your availability and how you handle communications outside of work hours, setting clear structures to protect your focused work time. Consistency is key when it comes to upholding your boundaries. If someone crosses a line, Calmly restate your boundary without feeling the need to over-explain or apologize for having it. Learning to say no to requests that exceed your limits or that you simply don't want to do is a crucial skill for maintaining healthy boundaries. Remember that saying no is not selfish. It's an act of self-preservation. It's beneficial to establish your boundaries early in a new relationship, strengthening your communication skills so you can articulate your feelings clearly. If setting boundaries feels challenging, start with smaller ones and gradually build your confidence. It's also important to recognize that your needs may evolve over time, and it's perfectly acceptable to reassess and adjust your boundaries as necessary. Failing to establish clear boundaries in your relationships can lead to a number of negative consequences. Without these limits in place, relationships can become toxic and ultimately unsatisfying, taking a toll on your overall well-being. You might find yourself feeling taken advantage of by others, constantly overwhelmed by stress, or harboring feelings of resentment towards those who consistently overstep your unspoken limits. A lack of boundaries can contribute to burnout and exhaustion, leaving you feeling drained and depleted. It can also lead to various relationship problems, breakdowns in communication, and a gradual erosion of your sense of individuality as you become overly enmeshed in the lives of others. Without healthy boundaries, you may inadvertently attract individuals who are controlling, manipulative, or excessively needy, further exacerbating these negative dynamics. This can also make it difficult to make decisions that prioritize your own needs, leading to feelings of guilt and anxiety whenever you consider saying no to someone else. Over time, you might even develop a sense of victimhood, feeling constantly disrespected, unappreciated, and used by those around you. In professional life, a lack of clear boundaries can blur the lines between your personal and work life, resulting in increased emotional exhaustion and a diminished sense of happiness. Having a supportive network of individuals around you is incredibly important for personal growth and for effectively navigating the inevitable challenges that life throws our way. Social connections play a significant role in our mental health and overall well-being, fostering a sense of resilience and belonging that can be particularly beneficial during difficult times. Individuals who have a strong support system in place are generally better equipped to bounce back from adversity and to weather life's storms with greater ease. These networks act as a vital safety net, providing comfort, guidance, and practical assistance when we need it most, ultimately enhancing our ability to navigate the ups and downs of life. Strong social connections have been shown to reduce the risk of experiencing depression and anxiety, improve our self-esteem, and increase our overall feelings of happiness and satisfaction with life. Furthermore, people who have stronger social bonds tend to live longer and healthier lives, highlighting the profound impact of our connections on our overall well-being. Building and nurturing a positive and reliable support network requires intentional effort and a focus on creating genuine connections. Engaging in community activities, actively participating in professional networks, and prioritizing the development of authentic relationships are all valuable strategies. It's often more beneficial to focus on the quality of your connections rather than simply trying to accumulate a large number of acquaintances. Actively engaging with professional organizations in your field and attending industry events can provide valuable opportunities to meet like-minded individuals and expand your network. Being proactive and consistent in reaching out to people and staying connected, even when you don't need anything from them, is crucial for maintaining strong relationships. Seeking out mentors who can offer guidance and support in your personal and professional life, and also offer your own time and expertise to mentor others, can be incredibly rewarding and beneficial for both parties involved. Make an effort to maintain your network by regularly staying in touch with the people who matter to you. One effective way to strengthen your network is to focus on providing value to others before you ask for help, whether that's through offering advice, making connections, or providing support in any way you can. Consider visualizing your network as a series of concentric circles, with your closest friends and family at the center and broader community connections extending outwards, and then make a conscious effort to nurture each circle appropriately. Look for opportunities to connect people within your network who might benefit from knowing each other. Being a supportive friend involves showing up for important events, offering encouragement, noticing when someone is going through a difficult time, and being willing to volunteer your help. Joining local clubs or organizations that align with your interests is another great way to meet new people and expand your social circle. Finally, don't underestimate the power of technology and online platforms, which can be invaluable tools for maintaining connections, especially with individuals who live far away. Support networks can provide various forms of assistance, each playing a crucial role in our resilience and overall well-being. Emotional support, which includes empathy, care, love, and a sense of belonging, is fundamental to helping us feel valued and understood. Informational support involves offering advice, suggestions, and relevant information that can help us make informed decisions or solve problems we are facing. Instrumental support refers to tangible help, such as assistance with tasks, providing resources, or even offering financial support when needed. Emotional support from loved ones can provide a sense of security and comfort during challenging times, acting as a vital source of strength. Our support networks can also serve as a sounding board where we can vent our frustrations and receive solid advice from people we trust. Even simple, unprompted check-ins from individuals within our support network can be incredibly meaningful, especially when we're going through a difficult mental health episode, reminding us that we are not alone and that people care. Peer support groups offer a unique benefit by providing a safe and understanding environment where we can connect with others who have shared similar experiences, fostering a sense of community and mutual understanding. This shared experience can be particularly valuable when facing specific challenges, as it offers a sense of validation and practical advice from those who truly understand what you are going through. Chapter 7. Sharpening Your Critical Thinking, the Power of Your Inner Voice. The journey of personal growth is often described as a path of self-discovery, where we peel back layers of who we are to reveal our truest potential. But this journey isn't just about looking inward. It also involves how we interact with the world around us and the clarity with which we perceive it. True advancement in personal development requires us to not only cultivate a positive inner dialogue, but also to sharpen our ability to think critically. This chapter delves into the essential skill of critical thinking and explores how the power of positive self-talk can be a catalyst in honing this ability, leading to more objective analysis, keener recognition of flawed reasoning, clearer problem-solving, and ultimately, more informed decisions. Seeing clearly, the foundation of objective analysis. Just as a painter needs a clean canvas to create a masterpiece, we need a clear mind to truly understand ourselves and the world. Personal development, at its core, is about making things better for ourselves as individuals. This improvement begins with self-awareness, recognizing our values, beliefs, and purpose. When we understand our internal compass, we gain a clearer sense of direction, making decision-making and goal-setting feel less like navigating a fog. This self-knowledge is the bedrock upon which we build our capacity for objective analysis, the ability to evaluate information without the distorting lens of personal bias. Personal development planning itself is a structured process involving personal analysis, goal setting, and the creation of objectives. This isn't a one-time activity, but an ongoing practice of reflection and introspection. By continuously examining our thoughts and feelings, we become more attuned to our inherent biases, those unconscious leanings that can sway our judgment without us even realizing it. This constant self-assessment, this personal analysis, allows us to identify areas where our subjective views might be coloring our perception of reality, hindering our ability to see things as they truly are. While our personal journey of improvement is often judged by our own internal metrics, validating that improvement objectively requires us to look at standard criteria. Our feelings about a situation, while valid, can sometimes lead us astray. True objectivity demands that we step outside our immediate emotional responses and evaluate information based on facts and evidence, using established benchmarks to ensure our analysis is sound. This is where the power of our inner voice truly comes into play. Our self-talk, that constant internal monologue, can either reinforce our biases or guide us toward a more objective perspective. If we find ourselves thinking, "I knew this would happen because people like them always," we're likely falling prey to bias. However, if our inner voice prompts us to say, "Hold on, let's look at the actual data before drawing conclusions," we're using positive self-talk to encourage objectivity. Cultivating this kind of inner dialogue, one that encourages questioning assumptions and seeking factual grounding, is crucial for developing the ability to see clearly. Developing the ability to evaluate information objectively is not just an abstract concept. It has tangible benefits in our daily lives. It allows us to form more balanced opinions, make fairer judgments, and navigate the complexities of our relationships and careers with greater wisdom. By learning to quiet the noise of our biases through conscious self-awareness and positive self-talk, we lay the foundation for truly effective critical thinking. Spotting the traps, unmasking logical fallacies. Beyond our personal biases, our thinking can also be derailed by flaws in reasoning known as logical fallacies. These are essentially errors in the structure of an argument that can make the conclusion invalid, even if the premises sound appealing. Recognizing these traps is a vital skill for anyone who wants to think critically and make sound judgments. There are many different types of logical fallacies, and becoming familiar with some of the most common ones can significantly enhance our critical thinking abilities. For instance, the ad hominem fallacy occurs when someone attacks the person making the argument instead of addressing the argument itself. Imagine someone dismissing a proposal for a new community park simply by saying, well, the person who suggested it is known to be a bit eccentric, so it's probably a bad idea. The focus here is on the individual's character, not the merits of the park itself. Another common fallacy is the appeal to emotion, where an argument tries to manipulate an emotional response in place of a valid reason. Think of advertisements that use images of suffering animals to guilt-trip viewers into donating, without providing concrete information about how the donations will be used. The emotional pull can be strong, but it doesn't necessarily make the argument logically sound. Straw man arguments misrepresent an opponent's viewpoint to make it easier to attack. For example, someone arguing against stricter environmental regulations might claim, so you want to shut down all factories and throw everyone out of work? This exaggerates the likely consequences of environmental protection and avoids addressing the actual arguments for it. The slippery slope fallacy asserts that one relatively small step will inevitably lead to a chain of negative consequences, without providing sufficient evidence for this chain reaction. A classic example is, if we allow students to use phones in class, soon they'll be watching movies, then they'll stop paying attention altogether, and eventually the whole education system will collapse. Hasty generalizations draw a conclusion based on insufficient or biased evidence. If someone meets one rude person from a certain city and then concludes that everyone from that city is rude, they've committed a hasty generalization. Finally, false dilemmas present only two options as if they're the only possibilities, when in fact, other alternatives exist. A common example is, you're either with us or you're against us, which ignores the possibility of neutrality or having a more nuanced perspective. These logical fallacies can have a detrimental impact on our reasoning. They can weaken our arguments, damage our credibility, and lead us to ineffective solutions. Often, these fallacies tap into our emotions and pre-existing biases. This is where a self-aware and positive inner voice can be incredibly valuable. When we encounter an argument, whether it's from someone else or a thought in our own head, positive self-talk can prompt us to act as our own internal fallacy detector. We might ask ourselves, is this argument truly addressing the issue, or is it just attacking the person? Or are they presenting a limited view of the situation when there could be other options? By cultivating this habit of questioning and analyzing our own thoughts and the information we receive, we can become much better at spotting these logical traps and making more reasoned judgments. Navigating the maze, problem-solving with a positive mindset. Life is full of challenges, and our ability to navigate these effectively hinges on our problem-solving skills. Approaching these challenges with a structured and analytical mindset, underpinned by clarity, is paramount. The very first step in tackling any problem is to clearly define what that problem is. Without a precise understanding of the issue we're facing, we risk expending our energy on solutions that don't truly address the root cause. The SCQA model, situation, complication, question, answer, is one framework that emphasizes this initial clarity, ensuring we understand the context, the specific issue, the core question we need to answer, and our proposed solution. Beyond clearly defining the problem, utilizing structured problem-solving frameworks can provide a systematic roadmap to finding effective solutions. Methods like first principles thinking encourage us to break down problems to their fundamental truths and build solutions from there. The 5 whys technique prompts us to repeatedly ask why, to delve deeper into the layers of problem and uncover its underlying cause. A 7-step problem-solving process typically involves identifying the problem, analyzing it, generating solutions, developing those solutions, making a decision, implementing the solution, and finally, evaluating its effectiveness. These frameworks provide a structured approach, moving us away from haphazard attempts at fixing issues and toward a more thorough and thoughtful process. Integral to effective problem solving is analytical thinking. This involves gathering relevant information, evaluating its meaning and significance, breaking down complex problems into smaller, more manageable parts, recognizing patterns and trends within the data, and drawing logical conclusions based on the evidence. By engaging our analytical skills, we can dissect a problem, understand its various components and how they relate to each other, and ultimately arrive at more targeted and impactful solutions. Our inner voice plays a crucial role in this process. A positive mindset, fueled by encouraging self-talk, can foster the confidence and resilience we need when faced with challenges. Instead of being overwhelmed by a problem, positive self-talk can remind us, I can tackle this by breaking it down into smaller steps. It can also encourage a more open and creative approach to finding solutions, prompting us to think, let's brainstorm some different possibilities without judgment. This optimistic inner dialogue can be the driving force that keeps us motivated and persistent in the face of obstacles, ultimately increasing our chances of finding effective and innovative solutions. Objective individuals often possess a winning mentality and maintain a positive outlook, traits that are undoubtedly beneficial when navigating complexities of problem solving. Choosing your path, making informed decisions with confidence. The culmination of objective analysis, logical reasoning, and clear problem solving often leads us to the point of making a decision. Making informed decisions, choices that are well-reasoned and based on careful consideration, is a critical life skill. This process typically begins with clearly identifying a decision that needs to be made, followed by diligently gathering all relevant information. This might involve seeking data, consulting with others, and exploring different perspectives to gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Rushing into a decision without this crucial information gathering phase can often lead to choices we later regret. Once we have the necessary information, the next step is to weigh our options. A useful tool in this stage is the concept of a weighted decision matrix. This involves identifying the key criteria that are important to us in making this decision, assigning a weight or level of importance to each criterion, and then evaluating each available option against these criteria. This structured approach helps us to objectively compare our choices based on what truly matters to us, reducing the influence of fleeting emotions or biases. A critical component of informed decision-making is evaluating the potential consequences of each option. This involves considering both the immediate and long-term impacts of our choices, as well as any potential risks and benefits associated with each path. By thinking ahead and anticipating possible outcomes, we can make more responsible and well-considered decisions that align with our overall goals and values. Our inner voice plays a vital role in this final stage as well. After carefully gathering information, weighing our options, and evaluating the consequences, a confident inner dialogue can help us to trust our judgment. Positive self-talk like, I've thoroughly considered all the angles, and I feel confident in this decision, can empower us to move forward with conviction. It can also help us overcome any lingering indecision and take the necessary action to implement our chosen course. This self-assurance, born from a thoughtful and analytical process, is a hallmark of effective and informed decision-making. Rewiring your thoughts, integrating positive self-talk for lasting clarity. The journey to becoming a more effective critical thinker is not a destination, but an ongoing process. The skills we've explored in this chapter, objective analysis, the ability to identify logical fallacies, clear problem solving, and informed decision-making, are all enhanced and supported by the power of positive self-talk. These two powerful forces, positive self-talk and critical thinking, are not separate entities, but rather interconnected and mutually reinforcing. Consistent positive self-talk can, over time, contribute to a rewiring of our minds, fostering new neural pathways that support more positive and rational thinking habits. By consciously choosing to challenge negative self-talk with logic and to encourage an inner dialogue that promotes curiosity, objectivity, and confidence, we can cultivate a clearer and more analytical mind. Critical thinking, in turn, provides us with the tools to evaluate our self-talk more objectively, ensuring that our positive affirmations are grounded in reality and contribute to genuine self-awareness and growth. Chapter 8. Conquering Fear and Anxiety. Rewiring your mind through positive self-talk. It's a fundamental part of being human. The experience of fear and the sometimes accompanying unease of anxiety. These feelings can range from a fleeting moment of apprehension to a persistent sense of dread, and at times, they might feel overwhelming. If you've ever felt your heart race before a big presentation or found yourself caught in a loop of worries about the future, know that you are not alone. Fear and anxiety are universal emotions woven into the fabric of our shared human experience. While they can be uncomfortable, even distressing, it's important to understand that they often serve a purpose, acting as internal signals alerting us to potential challenges or threats. The good news is that just as these feelings can become ingrained, we also possess the remarkable ability to learn new ways of navigating them, to understand their origins, and to equip ourselves with practical strategies for moving forward with greater confidence and peace. This chapter is designed to be a friendly guide, offering insights and tools that can help you on this journey of conquering fear and anxiety, ultimately empowering you to live a more fulfilling life. To begin our exploration, it's helpful to understand the landscape of fear itself, both from a psychological and a physiological perspective. At its core, fear is a primal emotion, a deeply ingrained survival mechanism that has evolved to protect us from harm, whether that harm is physical or psychological. Our minds are constantly evaluating our surroundings, and a key player in this process is a small, almond-shaped structure in the brain called the amygdala. Think of the amygdala as the brain's rapid response center for detecting potential threats. When it perceives danger, whether real or imagined, it can quickly set in motion a cascade of reactions throughout your body. It's also useful to distinguish between fear and anxiety. While often used interchangeably, fear is typically a response to a present, identifiable threat, whereas anxiety is more of a future-oriented state, characterized by worry and unease about things that might happen. However, it's important to note that ongoing feelings of fear can certainly contribute to anxiety, and anxiety itself can manifest with symptoms that feel very much like fear. The brain's initial response to a perceived threat often bypasses the more rational parts of our thinking. Signals from the amygdala can trigger immediate reactions, sometimes before we've even consciously processed what's happening. This can lead to the brain perceiving events as negative and storing those memories with a strong emotional charge. Recognizing this automatic response is a crucial first step. It allows us to become more aware of when our fear reactions might be disproportionate to the actual level of danger and to consciously engage the cerebral cortex, the part of our brain responsible for reasoning and judgment, to more accurately assess the situation. Alongside the psychological experience, fear also triggers a powerful physiological response within our bodies. You might have heard of the fight, flight, or freeze response. This is our body's way of preparing to either confront a threat, escape from it, or become immobile in the face of it. In some instances, a fawn response might also occur, where an individual tries to appease a perceived threat. This complex reaction involves the release of stress hormones, primarily adrenaline, also known as epinephrine and cortisol, from the adrenal glands. These hormones surge through our system, leading to a cascade of physical changes, such as increased heart rate, faster breathing, elevated blood pressure, and heightened alertness. The autonomic nervous system plays a crucial role in orchestrating this response, with its sympathetic branch activating the fight or flight mechanisms and the parasympathetic branch working to bring the body back to a state of calm once the perceived danger has passed. While these physiological responses are vital for our immediate safety in genuinely threatening situations, living in a state of constant perceived threat, fueled by chronic fear and anxiety, can take a significant toll on our physical well-being. Prolonged activation of the stress response can weaken the immune system, contribute to cardiovascular issues, cause gastrointestinal problems, and has even been linked to the development of conditions like Alzheimer's disease. This underscores the importance of learning to discern when our fear response is out of proportion to the actual danger and developing techniques to regulate our nervous system and hormonal activity to safeguard our long-term health. Fortunately, there are effective strategies we can learn and practice to manage anxiety and prevent it from becoming overwhelming. One powerful approach is rooted in cognitive behavioral therapy, often referred to as CBT. CBT is a structured form of therapy that focuses on the interconnectedness of our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. A fundamental aspect of CBT for managing anxiety involves learning to identify the negative thought patterns that often drive and intensify anxious feelings. These patterns can include things like all or nothing thinking, where you see things in black and white, jumping to conclusions without sufficient evidence, engaging in emotional reasoning, where you believe something is true because you feel it strongly, and personalization, where you take responsibility for events that are not entirely your fault. Once these negative thought patterns are identified, the next step in CBT is to learn how to challenge their validity by carefully examining the evidence that supports them and the evidence that contradicts them. This process then leads to reframing these thoughts into more balanced, realistic, and ultimately more positive perspectives. For instance, the thought, "I'm going to fail this presentation," could be reframed as, "I prepared well, and while I might be nervous, I'm capable of sharing valuable information." Another helpful technique within CBT is conducting behavioral experiments. This involves identifying an anxious prediction and then intentionally putting yourself in a situation to test whether that prediction actually comes true in reality. This direct experience can often provide powerful evidence that challenges the negative beliefs underlying anxiety. CBT equips individuals with concrete and actionable tools to disrupt the often vicious cycle of anxious thoughts and avoidance behaviors. Consistent practice of these techniques can lead to significant and lasting improvements in managing anxiety and fostering a greater sense of control over one's emotional state. Another powerful set of strategies for managing anxiety comes from the practice of mindfulness. At its core, mindfulness is a practice of bringing non-judgmental awareness to the present moment. In our often busy lives, our minds tend to jump between worries about the future and reflections on the past. Mindfulness offers a way to step out of this mental chatter and anchor ourselves in the here and now. This can be particularly helpful for reducing anxious rumination, that repetitive cycle of worrying thoughts that can feel so overwhelming. There are many simple mindfulness techniques you can incorporate into your daily life. One common practice is to focus on your breath, noticing the sensation of each inhale and exhale without trying to change it. Another is a body scan meditation, where you bring your attention to different parts of your body, noticing any sensations present without judgment. Mindfulness helps create a space between a trigger, such as an anxious thought, and your reaction to it, allowing for a more conscious and less automatic response. Regular engagement in mindfulness practices can lead to increased emotional regulation, a greater sense of inner calm, and a noticeable reduction in both the intensity and frequency of anxiety symptoms. In addition to addressing our thoughts, learning effective relaxation techniques is also crucial for managing anxiety. These techniques work by directly calming the body and mind, counteracting the physical symptoms that often accompany anxiety. Deep breathing exercises are a cornerstone of relaxation practices. Focusing on slow, deep breaths, particularly those that engage your diaphragm, belly breathing, can signal to your nervous system that it's time to relax, helping to lower your heart rate and calm your mind. Progressive muscle relaxation is another effective technique that involves systematically tensing and then releasing different muscle groups in your body, helping you become more aware of physical tension and how to release it. Guided imagery or visualization involves creating mental pictures of peaceful and calming places or situations, engaging your senses to deepen the feeling of relaxation. Other practices like meditation, yoga, and Tai Chi also integrate physical movement and mental focus to promote relaxation and reduce anxiety. Regularly incorporating these relaxation techniques into your routine can help counteract the body's stress response, leading to a reduction in physical anxiety symptoms and an increased sense of inner calm. It's beneficial to experiment with different techniques to find what works best for you and to practice them consistently for the greatest impact. While managing anxiety in the present is important, learning to face the things we fear head-on is often the key to lasting freedom. This is where the principle of gradual exposure comes into play. Avoidance, while it might offer immediate relief from discomfort, actually reinforces fear in the long run. Exposure therapy, often done gradually, involves systematically confronting the things you fear in a safe and controlled environment. A common approach is to create a fear hierarchy, where you list feared situations or objects and rank them from the least to the most anxiety-provoking. You then begin by taking small, manageable steps, starting with the least difficult items on your list. The key is to stay in a feared situation until your initial anxiety begins to decrease, allowing your brain to learn that the feared outcome is unlikely and that you are capable of coping. This gradual process helps to desensitize you to your fears by breaking the association between the feared stimulus and the anxiety response. Many individuals have found great success in overcoming various fears and anxieties through consistent and gradual exposure. During these moments of facing your fears, positive self-talk and affirmations can be incredibly valuable tools for building courage and managing anxiety. When negative thoughts arise as you approach or engage with a feared situation, consciously replacing them with positive and encouraging statements can make a significant difference. Examples of affirmations you might use include, I am safe, I can do this feeling of anxiety is temporary, or I am stronger than this fear. Positive self-talk can also help you reframe the experience of facing your fear, viewing it as a challenge you're capable of overcoming or an opportunity for personal growth. Think of positive self-talk as your internal coach, offering words of encouragement and reminding you of your strength and resilience during moments of vulnerability. With consistent practice, this can help build a more resilient mindset that allows you to approach challenges with greater confidence over time. A crucial aspect of conquering fear and anxiety is addressing avoidance behaviors. While avoiding feared situations might provide temporary relief, it ultimately strengthens the fear in the long run by preventing you from learning that the situation might not be as dangerous as you perceive. The first step is to become aware of your own patterns of avoidance, whether it's steering clear of specific places, social interactions, or even certain thoughts. Once you recognize these behaviors, you can begin to consciously choose to approach the situations you've been avoiding, even if it feels uncomfortable at first. Breaking the cycle of avoidance involves setting realistic goals for facing your fears, starting with small, less intimidating steps, and practicing self-compassion along the way. Understanding that avoidance is often driven by a desire to escape discomfort can motivate you to embrace the short-term anxiety of facing your fears in exchange for the long-term freedom that comes with overcoming them. Chapter 9. Breaking Free from Limiting Beliefs. Have you ever felt an invisible barrier holding you back from pursuing a dream, applying for a promotion, or believing you deserve a fulfilling relationship? It's as if an unseen force whispers doubts in your ear, telling you that you're not good enough, not qualified enough, or simply not capable. These internal constraints, often operating beneath the surface of our awareness, are what we call limiting beliefs. Like invisible chains, they bind us to a smaller version of ourselves, subtly yet powerfully dictating our actions and shaping our potential. Limiting beliefs are negative perceptions we hold about ourselves or the world around us that ultimately prevent us from reaching our full potential or achieving our goals in life. What makes these beliefs particularly challenging is that they often feel like undeniable truths, deeply ingrained facts rather than mere opinions or learned patterns. This feeling of inherent truth can make them incredibly difficult to identify and even harder to challenge. Often, these limitations are fueled by the negative self-talk that runs through our minds, that constant inner dialogue that reinforces our doubts and perceived inadequacies. Negative self-talk acts as the voice of these limiting beliefs, consistently whispering doubts and solidifying the notion that we are somehow restricted. One of the key players in the formation and continuation of these limiting beliefs is our inner critic. This is a persistent, often harsh voice inside our heads that seems to delight in pointing out our flaws, mistakes, and shortcomings. It's the internal manifestation of our self-doubt, a relentless commentator that attacks us, telling us we are bad, wrong, inadequate, worthless, or guilty. Recognizing the distinct voice and recurring patterns of your inner critic is a crucial step in understanding how these limitations take hold. This internal voice can be incredibly harsh, often unrelenting in its judgment. The origins of this inner critic are often rooted in our past. Painful early life experiences can significantly shape this internal voice. We may have internalized external views of ourselves, particularly those of our parents or primary caregivers, adopting their attitudes and criticisms as our own internal dialogue. Furthermore, our culture and upbringing play a substantial role in shaping what our inner critic focuses on and how it operates, with societal pressures and norms often contributing to feelings of inadequacy. The emotional impact of this inner critic on our self-worth is profound, frequently leading to feelings of shame, deficiency, low self-esteem, and even depression. It actively undermines our self-confidence and sabotages our efforts to grow and achieve success, creating a vicious cycle of self-doubt and hindering our ability to seize opportunities. While the inner critic can feel like a purely destructive force, it often operates with perceived positive intention, aiming to protect us or keep us safe from perceived threats like failure or rejection. Understanding this underlying intention can help us approach our inner critic with less animosity and more compassion, recognizing it as a misguided protector rather than a true enemy. The intensity of this inner critic can vary greatly from person to person, suggesting that the strategies for managing it may need to be tailored to individual experiences and the severity of the internal criticism. For instance, the inner critic's voice can often mimic the critical voices from our past, highlighting the importance of recognizing these origins to detach from its present-day influence. The good news is that your inner critic is not the definitive voice of truth, and your thoughts, especially those negative ones that fuel limiting beliefs, are not always accurate reflections of reality. It is crucial to remember that these are just thoughts, and you have the power to challenge their validity. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, offers several practical techniques to help you question these limitations. One powerful approach is to examine the evidence for your limiting beliefs. Ask yourself, what concrete proof do I have to support this belief? And, equally importantly, is there any evidence that contradicts it? Often, you'll find that these beliefs are based on assumptions or past experiences that may no longer hold true. Another helpful technique is to become aware of common cognitive distortions, which are unhelpful thinking styles that can fuel negative self-talk and limiting beliefs. Recognizing patterns like all or nothing thinking, seeing things in black and white, catastrophizing, expecting the worst, overgeneralization, drawing broad negative conclusions from a single event, mind reading, assuming you know what others are thinking, and should statements, holding yourself to rigid, often unrealistic expectations, can help you detach from these negative thought patterns. You can also engage in reality testing by conducting small behavioral experiments to see if your negative predictions actually come true. For instance, if you believe you'll fail at a new task, try taking a small step towards it and observing what happens. Often, the outcome will be different from what your limiting belief predicted. Finally, consider keeping a thought record, writing down your negative thoughts, the situations that trigger them, and the evidence for and against them can provide valuable perspective and help you challenge their validity. Challenging these ingrained thought patterns requires conscious effort and consistent practice. Simply telling yourself to stop thinking negatively is often ineffective. The act of externalizing these thoughts by writing them down can create a crucial distance, allowing for a more objective evaluation and ultimately weakening their hold on you. Once you begin to identify and challenge your negative thoughts, you can start the empowering process of cognitive reframing, actively shifting your perspective on a situation to view it in a more positive or neutral light. This involves consciously choosing to interpret events in a way that supports your growth rather than hindering it. For example, instead of seeing a mistake as proof of your inadequacy, you can reframe it as a valuable learning opportunity. Similarly, a setback can be reframed as a chance to reevaluate your approach and adjust your course. A powerful tool in reframing your narrative is the use of positive affirmations. These are positive statements that you consciously repeat to yourself to challenge and control negative thoughts. The key is to create affirmations that feel believable and resonate with you personally. Regular repetition of these affirmations helps to reinforce a more positive and empowering internal dialogue. A simple yet effective framework for reframing unhelpful thoughts is a catch it, check it, change it technique. First, catch the negative thought when it arises. Second, check its validity by examining the evidence. Finally, change the thought to a more neutral or positive alternative. Remember, cognitive reframing is not about denying negative emotions. It's about changing the interpretation of the events that trigger them. The effectiveness of positive affirmations is enhanced when they align with your core values and feel genuinely true, rather than being superficial or forced. Reframing can also involve actively seeking out the positive aspects or potential benefits within challenging situations. A vital component of breaking free from limiting beliefs and silencing the harshness of the inner critic is cultivating self-compassion. Self-compassion means treating yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and acceptance that you would offer a dear friend who is going through a difficult time. Dr. Kristen Neff, a leading researcher in this field, describes self-compassion as having three core principles. The first is self-kindness, which involves being gentle, supportive, and understanding towards yourself during times of struggle, failure, or inadequacy, instead of resorting to harsh self-criticism. The second principle is common humanity, which is recognizing that imperfection and suffering are inherent parts of the shared human experience, reminding us that we are not alone in our difficulties. Finally, mindfulness involves observing your negative thoughts and emotions with awareness and acceptance, without over-identifying with them or trying to suppress them. There are several practical exercises you can incorporate into your daily life to cultivate self-compassion. The self-compassion break is a short practice that involves acknowledging your suffering, recognizing your common humanity, and offering yourself words of kindness. Writing a compassionate letter to yourself, as you would to a friend in pain, can also be incredibly healing. Additionally, practicing loving-kindness meditation, which involves extending feelings of warmth and goodwill towards yourself, can foster a more compassionate inner dialogue. Remember, self-compassion is not self-pity or self-indulgence. It is a powerful source of strength and resilience. It can actually increase your motivation and desire for self-improvement. Mindfulness, being aware of your inner experiences without judgment, is a foundational element of self-compassion. Consider the story of Sarah, who for years believed she wasn't creative enough to pursue her passion for painting. This limiting belief stemmed from a critical comment a teacher made in her childhood. Through challenging this narrative, she began to question the validity of that single remark against the numerous times she found joy and flow in artistic expression. She started reframing her self-talk, replacing "I'm not creative" with "I enjoy expressing myself through art, and every piece is a learning experience." Furthermore, when she felt discouraged by a particular painting, she practiced self-compassion, reminding herself that every artist faces challenges and that imperfection is part of the creative process. This combination of challenging her negative thought and treating herself with kindness allowed Sarah to finally embrace her artistic side and experience a newfound sense of fulfillment. Or take the example of Mark, who held the limiting belief that he wasn't worthy of a loving relationship. This belief was rooted in past experiences of rejection. He began to challenge this thought by examining the evidence, realizing that past rejections didn't define his worthiness. He started using affirmations like, "I am deserving of love and connection." When feelings of unworthiness surfaced, he practiced self-compassion, reminding himself that everyone experiences heartbreak and that his past didn't dictate his future. Through this process, Mark gradually opened himself up to new relationships and eventually found a loving partner. These stories and many others demonstrate that breaking free from limiting beliefs is indeed possible. They highlight the power of combining positive self-talk and self-compassion to overcome self-imposed limitations and achieve a greater sense of personal freedom. Breaking free from limiting beliefs is an ongoing practice that requires sustained self-awareness and effort. By learning to identify your inner critic, challenge your negative thoughts, reframe your internal narrative, and cultivate self-compassion, you embark on a transformative journey toward embracing your limitless potential. Remember that rewiring your mind through positive self-talk and treating yourself with kindness are powerful tools that can unlock a life of greater fulfillment, possibility, and genuine self-belief. Chapter 10. Dealing with Failure and Rejection. Words that rewire your mind. We've all been there, haven't we? That moment when your heart sinks, your stomach clenches, and a wave of disappointment washes over you. Maybe it was a job application that went unanswered, a relationship that ended, or a project you poured your heart into that just didn't pan out. That sting of failure, the sharp pain of rejection, it's a universal human experience. It can leave you questioning your worth, your abilities, and your path. But what if these moments, as uncomfortable as they are, held a secret power? What if they weren't roadblocks, but rather unexpected detours leading to even greater growth and self-discovery? This chapter explores how we can navigate these inevitable challenges, harness the power of our inner dialogue, and rewire our minds to see failure and rejection not as defeats, but as valuable opportunities for transformation. The inevitability of setbacks, accepting failure as a natural part of growth. Let's be honest, the pain of rejection can feel intensely personal, almost like a physical blow. But there's a reason for this profound reaction. Our brains are wired for connection. Think back to our earliest ancestors. Belonging to a group wasn't just about companionship. It was about survival. Being excluded meant a higher risk of not finding food, shelter, or protection. This fundamental need for social acceptance is deeply ingrained in our evolutionary history. Consequently, our brains developed a sensitivity to rejection, triggering a pain response that's surprisingly similar to how we experience physical injury. Studies using fMRI technology have even shown that social rejection activates the same brain regions as physical pain. Understanding this evolutionary basis can help us realize that the intensity of our reaction isn't a sign of weakness, but rather a testament to our deeply human need for connection. It normalizes a feeling and can help reduce the tendency to blame ourselves excessively when we face rejection. Now, let's shift our perspective on failure itself. It's easy to see failure as the opposite of success, a clear sign that we've fallen short. But what if we viewed it differently? What if failure was simply a necessary part of the learning process? Much like a child learning to walk will inevitably stumble and fall. Think about any skill you've ever learned. Did you master on your first try? Probably not. Setbacks and mistakes are inherent when we're venturing into new territory or pushing our boundaries. Trying to avoid failure altogether can actually hold us back, leading to procrastination and preventing us from stepping outside our comfort zones to learn and grow. In fact, embracing the possibility of setbacks can make us more willing to take the bolder steps necessary for significant personal and professional development. Often, the fear of failure can manifest as perfectionism. We become so afraid of not getting things exactly right that we either delay starting or get completely stuck trying to achieve an unattainable ideal. But striving for absolute perfection can be incredibly draining and often prevents us from even putting our ideas into action. It's about recognizing that aiming for progress and accepting imperfections is often far more productive and less stressful than chasing an illusion of flawless execution. This desire to be perfect often stems from a deep-seated fear of judgment and, ultimately, failure. By understanding this underlying fear, we can begin to challenge our perfectionistic tendencies and adopt a more realistic and compassionate approach to our endeavors, allowing ourselves the grace to learn and grow through the inevitable stumbles. Learning from your mistakes. Extracting valuable lessons from unsuccessful experiences. When we experience a setback, our initial reaction might be to feel disappointed, frustrated, or even want to quickly forget the whole thing. However, taking a moment to pause and reflect on what went wrong can be incredibly valuable. This intentional pause allows us to move beyond the immediate emotional pain and tap into a rich source of learning and self-awareness. Without this reflection, failures can feel like random negative events that simply bruise our ego. But by actively analyzing the causes and consequences, we can start to identify patterns in our approach, understand our weaknesses, and develop more effective strategies for the future. To make this reflection truly productive, it's helpful to ask ourselves specific questions. Instead of dwelling on why did I fail, try focusing on questions like, what were the specific factors that contributed to this outcome? Were there any external circumstances beyond my control? What actions did I take that might have led to this result? And most importantly, what can I learn from this experience that I can apply moving forward? This shift in focus from self-blame to seeking actionable takeaways is crucial. It fosters a proactive and empowering mindset, allowing us to channel our energy into constructive action and future improvement, rather than getting stuck in unproductive cycles of self-criticism. Interestingly, research even suggests that making mistakes can have an unexpected benefit for learning. The daring effect proposes that when we deliberately make an error and then actively correct it, our understanding and retention of the correct information can actually be enhanced. This suggests that mistakes aren't always negative. They can be valuable stepping stones in the learning process. The very act of generating an incorrect response and then engaging in the effort to correct it can engage different cognitive pathways, leading to a deeper and more lasting understanding compared to simply passively receiving the right answer. Ultimately, When we face setbacks, it's beneficial to shift our focus from solely the final outcome to also considering the effort we put in and the learning we gained throughout the process. Even if the result wasn't what we hoped for, we may have developed new skills, gained valuable knowledge, or discovered strengths we didn't know we had. Valuing this process and the learning involved builds resilience and cultivates a growth-oriented mindset that extends far beyond any single result. It allows us to see setbacks not as definitive judgments of our abilities, but as integral parts of a larger journey of development and mastery. Building resilience to rejection, developing the ability to bounce back from disappointment. Rejection, in its various forms, can be a particularly painful experience. For some, this pain can be even more intense due to something called rejection sensitivity. This refers to a heightened fear and expectation of being rejected, which can sometimes lead to overreactions or misinterpretations in social situations. Recognizing if you have this tendency can be a significant first step towards managing its impact on your life. Understanding that heightened sensitivity to rejection is a recognized psychological phenomenon can help individuals feel less alone in their struggles and more empowered to seek strategies for coping. One of the most powerful tools we have for navigating the sting of rejection is self-compassion. This involves treating ourselves with the same kindness, understanding, and acceptance that we would offer a friend going through a similar disappointment. Instead of being harsh and critical with ourselves, self-compassion encourages us to acknowledge our pain, recognize our shared human imperfection, and offer ourselves comfort and support. This practice can act as a powerful buffer against the negative emotions associated with rejection, fostering inner strength and resilience. Equally important is the way we talk to ourselves after experiencing rejection. Our inner narrative can either amplify the pain or help us to heal and move forward. This is where the power of positive self-talk comes into play. By consciously challenging and replacing the negative thoughts that often flood our minds after rejection with more encouraging and realistic statements, we can begin to rewire our response. For example, instead of thinking, "I'm not good enough," we can reframe it to "this wasn't the right fit, and I'll find something that is." This conscious shift in our internal dialogue from self-blame and negativity to self-support and encouragement is fundamental to building resilience. Finally, it's crucial to remember that we don't have to go through these experiences alone. Building and leaning on a strong support network of friends, family, or mentors can make a significant difference. Sharing our experiences with people who care about us can lessen the burden of rejection and provide valuable emotional support and perspective. Knowing that others understand and care can counteract the feelings of isolation and inadequacy that often accompany rejection, providing the emotional strength needed to bounce back. Transforming failure into fuel, using setbacks as motivation for future success. Ultimately, the goal is to transform failure and rejection from something we fear into a source of motivation and growth. A key to this transformation lies in adopting what's known as a growth mindset. This is the belief that our abilities and intelligence are not fixed, but can be developed and improved through dedication and hard work. This contrasts with a fixed mindset, which assumes our talents are innate and unchangeable. When we approach challenges with a growth mindset, we see failures not as signs of inherent limitations, but as valuable opportunities to learn, adapt, and ultimately improve. This perspective is fundamental to turning setbacks into fuel for future success. The insights gained from failure can also provide valuable direction for setting new goals. Setbacks can sometimes clarify what truly matters to us and motivate us to pursue our objectives with renewed determination and a more informed approach. The experience of what didn't work can highlight areas where we need to adjust our strategies or even reconsider our path, leading to potentially even more fulfilling pursuits. It's important to remember that the path to success is rarely linear. Many highly successful individuals have faced numerous failures and rejections along their journey. What distinguishes them is their ability to learn from these setbacks and persist with resilience and unwavering determination. Viewing failure as a temporary obstacle rather than a permanent defeat is essential for cultivating this kind of perseverance. Finally, even the negative emotions that accompany failure, such as frustration or disappointment, can be channeled into positive action and motivation. Instead of allowing these feelings to paralyze us, we can learn to tap into that energy to fuel our drive to prove ourselves and achieve our goals. By acknowledging these emotions and using them as a catalyst for focused effort and action, we can transform potential setbacks into powerful drivers of personal growth and achievement. Chapter 11, Overcoming Procrastination. We've all encountered that moment, haven't we? That task, perhaps not the most thrilling, maybe even a little daunting, that somehow keeps sliding further down our to-do list. It might be the start of a new fitness routine, a looming work project, or even something as personal as journaling or setting aside time for a hobby. Whatever it is, procrastination has a way of sneaking into our lives, often leaving us feeling frustrated and wondering why we can't just get started. It's almost a universal human experience, this tendency to delay what we know we should be doing, and it can feel like an invisible barrier between where we are and where we aspire to be. But let's make one thing clear right from the start. This chapter isn't about pointing fingers or making anyone feel guilty for putting things off. Instead, it's an invitation to understand this behavior, to explore the reasons behind it, and to discover practical ways to move forward with intention and confidence. Consider this an opportunity to learn more about yourself and to equip yourself with tools that can truly make a difference in your personal growth journey. Together, we'll delve into why we procrastinate, what concrete steps we can take to change this pattern, and how we can build a kind of consistent momentum that propels us toward our goals. Understanding the why behind procrastination. Delving into the reasons we delay tasks. It's easy to fall into the trap of believing that procrastination is simply a matter of laziness or poor time management. We might tell ourselves we just need to be more disciplined or create better schedules. However, a closer look, supported by psychological research, reveals that procrastination is often a much more intricate response, frequently stemming from our emotions and our ability to regulate them, instead of being a sign of inherent idleness. It's often an indicator of how we are trying to navigate feelings of discomfort associated with a particular task. This understanding is crucial because it suggests that merely focusing on productivity hacks might not address the underlying reasons for our delays. If we can learn to recognize and manage the emotions that trigger procrastination, we are much more likely to find lasting solutions. Think about the times you procrastinated. Were you truly just wanted to do nothing? Or were you perhaps feeling a knot of anxiety about the possibility of failure? Maybe the task seemed so overwhelming that you didn't even know where to begin, leading to a feeling of paralysis. These emotional responses play a significant role in our tendency to put things off. For many, negative emotions such as anxiety and fear, particularly the worry of not meeting expectations or facing judgment, can be incredibly powerful deterrents. Studies have even shown a direct link between high levels of anxiety and the tendency to procrastinate. Beyond fear, even simpler emotions like boredom or finding a task genuinely unpleasant can trigger the urge to delay it in favor of something more immediately gratifying. It's also worth noting that procrastination can become intertwined with feelings of guilt, shame, depression, and even a sense of defeat. This creates a negative cycle where delaying tasks leads to these unpleasant emotions, which in turn can further discourage us from taking action, making it harder to break free from the pattern. Interestingly, one might assume that a desire for excellence would drive us to start tasks early and work diligently. However, the pursuit of perfection can ironically become a significant obstacle, leading to procrastination. The intense pressure we put on ourselves to achieve flawless results can be so overwhelming that we avoid starting altogether, driven by the fear of not measuring up to our own impossibly high standards. This is often linked to an all-or-nothing mindset, where anything less than absolute perfection feels like failure, making the prospect of even beginning a task feel fraught with potential disappointment. Recognizing this connection can be a real eye-opener for those who pride themselves on their high standards, helping them understand that their very drive for excellence might be inadvertently contributing to their procrastination. To further understand why we procrastinate, it's helpful to consider the basic workings of our brain. Psychologists often talk about a kind of internal tug-of-war between two key systems. On one side, we have the limbic system, which is a more primitive part of our brain, primarily focused on immediate gratification and avoiding discomfort. On the other side, we have the prefrontal cortex, which is a more evolved part responsible for planning, decision-making, and long-term thinking. Procrastination often happens when the limbic system's desire for instant pleasure or relief overrides the prefrontal cortex's better judgment about what needs to be done for our future well-being. This is closely related to the concept of temporal discounting, which describes our tendency to devalue rewards or consequences that are far off in the future compared to those that offer immediate satisfaction. That funny video online or the urge to simply relax in the moment can feel much more appealing than the distant reward of completing a challenging task. Understanding this neurological basis can help us see procrastination not as a personal defect, but as a natural human tendency that we can learn to manage. Finally, it's important to acknowledge that for some individuals, chronic and pervasive procrastination might be linked to underlying mental health conditions. Research suggests a connection between procrastination and conditions like depression, anxiety disorders, attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, and obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. While the strategies discussed in this chapter can be helpful for many, if you find that procrastination is significantly impacting your daily life and overall well-being, it might be beneficial to explore these potential connections with a healthcare professional. Practical strategies to beat procrastination, implementing techniques to improve productivity. Now that we have a better understanding of the why behind procrastination, let's turn our attention to the how, the practical strategies we can implement to take control and improve our productivity. One of the most effective starting points is to tackle that feeling of being overwhelmed by breaking down large tasks into much smaller, more manageable steps. As highlighted in the research, this simple act can make even the most daunting projects feel less intimidating. Instead of focusing on the seemingly impossible task of writing an entire report, for instance, you might decide to just work on outlining the first section. This immediately feels more achievable. Often, the hardest part is simply getting started, and by focusing on just a very first, often tiny action, you can begin to build momentum. That initial small step can be surprisingly powerful in breaking the cycle of avoidance. Alongside breaking down tasks, incorporating effective time management techniques can be incredibly helpful. A simple yet powerful strategy is the 2-minute rule. If you encounter a task that you know will take less than 2 minutes to complete, the rule is to do it immediately rather than putting it off. This might be replying to a quick email, filing a document, or making a brief phone call. These small actions, when done promptly, prevent tasks from piling up and contributing to that feeling of being overwhelmed. Another widely used technique is the Pomodoro technique. This involves working in focused intervals, typically 25 minutes, followed by a short break. After a few cycles, you take a longer break. This method can help maintain concentration and create a sense of urgency, making it easier to stay on track. Beyond these specific techniques, remember the fundamental importance of setting goals that are not only specific, clearly defined, but also realistic and achievable. Aiming for goals that are too ambitious can often lead to discouragement and, ironically, more procrastination. The environment in which we work also plays a crucial role in our ability to focus and avoid procrastination. Intentionally creating a conducive environment by minimizing distractions is key. This might involve turning off notifications on your phone and computer, finding a quiet space where you can work without interruption, and resisting the urge to browse social media or other tempting websites. Some people find it helpful to designate specific areas in their home or office solely for work, creating a mental association between that space and productivity. This can help your brain switch into a focus mode when you are in that particular area. As this book emphasizes, the power of our inner dialogue cannot be overstated. Positive self-talk can be a remarkably effective tool in overcoming procrastination. Consciously reframing negative thoughts about tasks into more encouraging and manageable ones can significantly shift your perspective. For example, instead of thinking this is going to be so difficult and boring, you try telling yourself, I can tackle this one step at a time and I'll feel good when it's done. As highlighted in the research, replacing phrases like, I have to, or I should, with more empowering language that emphasizes your choice and capability can also make a difference. Finally, remember to acknowledge your progress and treat yourself with kindness along the way. Rewarding yourself for completing tasks, even the small ones, can reinforce positive behavior and build intrinsic motivation. This could be something as simple as taking a short break to enjoy a cup of tea or indulging in a small treat after finishing a challenging part of a task. Equally important is practicing self-compassion. When you inevitably do procrastinate, because it happens to everyone. Avoid harsh self-criticism. Instead, acknowledge it gently and focus on getting back on track. Treating yourself with understanding and kindness can help break the negative emotional cycle that often perpetuates procrastination, building momentum and consistency, creating a system for regular progress. Overcoming procrastination isn't just about tackling individual tasks. It's also about building lasting momentum and establishing consistent habits that support your long-term goals. While setting goals is important for providing direction, focusing on building consistent habits is often the key to sustained success in overcoming procrastination. As research suggests, these small, regular actions form a foundation for long-term achievement. Instead of solely fixating on the end result, encourage yourself to concentrate on the process and the small daily steps that will get you there. Establishing routines and schedules can be incredibly valuable in building this consistency. Creating a daily or weekly routine that includes dedicated time for working on important tasks can provide structure and reduce the mental effort required to decide when to work. Think of it as scheduling specific appointments with yourself to work on your goals. By treating these work sessions with the same importance as any other commitment, you increase the likelihood of sticking to them and reduce the chances of defaulting to procrastination. As you begin to make progress, remember to acknowledge and celebrate your wins, no matter how small they might seem. This positive reinforcement can significantly boost your motivation. Consider using habit trackers or a journal to visually monitor your consistency and build a tangible sense of accomplishment as you check off tasks or mark days where you stayed on track. Seeing your progress, even in small increments, can be a powerful motivator to keep going. Another effective strategy for building momentum is to cultivate accountability. Finding an accountability partner, a friend, family member, or colleague who shares similar goals or simply wants to support you can provide extra motivation and commitment. Sharing your goals and progress with someone else and knowing they might check in with you can create a sense of responsibility that helps you stay on track. There are also various accountability apps and online communities that can offer similar support if you don't have someone readily available in your personal life. Finally, it's crucial to embrace imperfection and be patient with yourself throughout this journey. Setbacks are a normal part of building any new habit, and overcoming procrastination is no exception. Avoid falling into the trap of the all-or-nothing mentality. If you have a day where you find yourself procrastinating more than you intended, gently guide yourself back on track the next day. Remember that building lasting consistency takes time and effort, so be patient with yourself and celebrate every step forward, no matter how small. Chapter 12. Managing Stress and Burnout. Have you ever felt like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders? Or perhaps life feels like a constant juggling act, and lately, you've noticed the ball starting to drop. In today's fast-paced world, the experience of feeling stressed and overwhelmed is almost universal. Whether it's the demands of work, the responsibilities of family, or the constant barrage of information from the outside world, pressures can accumulate, leaving us feeling frayed and depleted. While stress itself is a natural human response, designed to help us navigate challenging situations, prolonged or intense stress can morph into something far more detrimental: chronic stress and burnout. These conditions can significantly impact our overall well-being, affecting not only our physical health, but also our emotional state and our ability to experience joy and fulfillment in our lives. Fortunately, there is a powerful tool that can aid us in navigating these turbulent waters: the power of positive self-talk. This chapter will guide you through understanding the signs of stress, implementing effective management techniques, preventing the debilitating effects of burnout, and recognizing the crucial importance of rest and recharge, all while weaving in the supportive and transformative influence of the words we speak to ourselves. The first step in effectively managing stress is understanding what it looks and feels like for you. Stress can manifest in a multitude of ways, and becoming attuned to your individual signals is paramount. Our bodies are remarkably adept at communicating when they are under pressure. Even in the face of everyday challenges such as work deadlines or managing family life, the body can trigger what is known as the fight-or-flight response. This primal reaction, which was initially intended to protect us from immediate physical threats, can be activated by our perception of threat, even if that threat is a looming to-do list. This activation leads to the release of hormones, most notably adrenaline and cortisol. Adrenaline provides a surge of energy, increasing heart rate and blood pressure, while cortisol, the primary stress hormone, increases glucose in the bloodstream to fuel the brain and muscles. While this response is designed to be short-lived, when these stressors are constant, our bodies can feel like they are perpetually under attack. This constant state of alert can lead to a variety of physical symptoms. Headaches are a common manifestation, often appearing as tension headaches or even migraines. Muscles throughout the body tend to tense up as a protective mechanism against perceived injury or pain. This can result in aches and stiffness, particularly in the neck, shoulders, and back, but can affect any part of the body. The cardiovascular system is also significantly impacted by chronic stress. The sustained increase in heart rate and blood pressure can elevate the risk of more serious conditions, such as heart disease, heart attack, and stroke. The digestive system is also highly sensitive to stress. Many individuals experience stomach upset, nausea, diarrhea, or constipation when under pressure, highlighting the intricate connection between the mind and the gut. Sleep patterns are frequently disrupted by stress, making it difficult to fall asleep, stay asleep, or even leading to excessive sleep as a form of exhaustion. Changes in weight can also occur, with some people experiencing a loss of appetite and subsequent weight loss, while others find themselves overeating comfort foods, leading to weight gain. Beyond these common symptoms, stress can also manifest as general fatigue, dizziness, chest pain, and a weakening of the immune system, making the body more susceptible to frequent illnesses. It's important to recognize that many of these physical symptoms are interconnected through the body's stress response system. For instance, the very hormones released during stress can increase muscle tension, which in turn can trigger headaches. Similarly, these hormonal changes can also disrupt the delicate balance of the digestive system and interfere with healthy sleep patterns. Recognizing this interconnectedness can help you understand that seemingly unrelated physical complaints might all be stemming from underlying stress. Furthermore, the way stress manifests physically can differ significantly from one person to another. What might trigger a tension headache in one individual could lead to digestive issues in another. Factors such as genetics, past experiences with stress, and overall health can influence how your unique body reacts to pressure. Understanding this variability is crucial, so you don't dismiss your own experiences simply because they don't perfectly align with a general description of stress symptoms. Stress doesn't just affect our bodies. It can also take a significant toll on our minds and emotions. Emotional symptoms of stress can be just as debilitating as the physical ones. Anxiety and restlessness are common indicators, often presenting as feelings of worry, nervousness, or a persistent sense of being on edge. You might find a noticeable lack of motivation and focus, making it difficult to concentrate on tasks or feel enthusiastic about activities you once enjoyed. A pervasive feeling of being overwhelmed, as if the demands of life are simply too much to handle, is another frequent emotional symptom. Irritability and mood swings can become more pronounced, leading to increased frustration and emotional volatility in your interactions with others. In more prolonged or intense periods of stress, feelings of sadness and even depression can emerge, characterized by a persistent sense of unhappiness, hopelessness, or a loss of interest in life. Other emotional manifestations of stress can include a general sense of restlessness, difficulty remembering things, and in some cases, the sudden onset of intense fear or discomfort known as panic attacks. It's vital to remember the powerful connection between our minds and bodies. Emotional stress doesn't stay confined to our thoughts. It can and often does manifest in physical ways, such as anxiety leading to a racing heart or that familiar knot in the stomach. Conversely, physical discomfort and illness can also significantly impact our emotional state, creating a cycle where mind and body influence each other. It's also important to understand that stress exists on a spectrum. Experiencing occasional stress is a normal part of life and can even be a positive force, motivating us to perform well and achieve our goals. This type of stress is often referred to as eustress. However, when stress becomes frequent, prolonged, or overwhelming, it crosses a line into distress, which is a type of stress that has negative consequences for our health and overall well-being. Recognizing where you fall on the spectrum is a crucial step in taking proactive steps to manage your stress effectively. The good news is that you don't have to feel overwhelmed by stress. There are many effective techniques you can learn and practice to take control and build your own inner toolkit for navigating challenging times. Implementing healthy coping mechanisms is essential for buffering the impact of stress on your mind and body. Physical activity, in almost any form, can act as a powerful stress reliever. Exercise releases endorphins, those feel-good chemicals in the brain, which can significantly improve your mood and help your body handle stress more effectively. Find activities you genuinely enjoy, whether it's a brisk walk, dancing to your favorite music, or something more structured like yoga or swimming. Even short bursts of movement throughout the day can make a difference. Nourishing your body with a healthy diet is another crucial component of stress management. Aim to eat plenty of fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and lean protein to provide your body with the energy and nutrients it needs to function optimally, especially when under stress. It can also be helpful to limit your intake of caffeine and alcohol, as these substances can sometimes exacerbate feelings of anxiety and disrupt sleep. Practices like mindfulness and meditation have gained significant recognition for their effectiveness in managing stress. These techniques help you focus your attention on the present moment without judgment, which can significantly reduce anxiety and improve your ability to regulate your emotions. There are many resources available, including guided meditation apps and online programs, that can help you get started. Simple, deep breathing exercises can also provide quick relief from stress in the moment. Techniques like the 4-7-8 breathing method, where you inhale for a count of 4, hold for 7, and exhale for 8, can help calm your nervous system and bring you back to a state of greater equilibrium. Remember the importance of social connection. Reaching out to friends, family, or support networks can provide invaluable emotional support and a sense of belonging, which can act as a powerful buffer against stress. Even a brief conversation with someone you trust can make a difference in how you feel. Exploring other relaxation techniques can also be beneficial. Practices like yoga, tai chi, and progressive muscle relaxation can help ease muscle tension and promote a sense of calm. Spending time in nature has also been shown to have a restorative effect on both our mental and physical well-being. Don't underestimate the power of engaging in hobbies and enjoyable activities. Making time for things that bring you joy and help you unwind is not a luxury. It's a vital part of maintaining your overall health. Finally, consider the practice of journaling. Writing down your thoughts and feelings can be a helpful way to process emotions, gain perspective on stressful situations, and release pent-up tension. Often, the most effective approach to stress management involves using a combination of different techniques that address various aspects of your well-being, physical, mental, and emotional. Just as a balanced diet provides a wider range of nutrients, a variety of stress management tools can offer more comprehensive support. For example, you might find that combining a daily walk with a few minutes of mindfulness helps to address both physical tension and mental worry. Experiment with different techniques to discover what resonates best with you and fits into your lifestyle. Remember that consistency is often more important than intensity when it comes to stress management. Small, regular efforts, such as taking a 10-minute walk each day or practicing deep breathing for a few minutes several times a day, can be far more beneficial in the long run than sporadic, intense efforts. While managing daily stress is important, preventing burnout is about building a life that supports your long-term well-being. Burnout is a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by prolonged or excessive stress. It's characterized by feelings of depletion, cynicism, and a sense of reduced professional accomplishment. Building a fortress against burnout requires a proactive and sustained effort. Setting boundaries is a fundamental strategy. This involves establishing clear lines between your work and personal life, learning to say no to additional commitments when you feel overwhelmed, and actively protecting your personal time for rest and rejuvenation. Prioritizing self-care is not a luxury, but a necessity in preventing burnout. Make conscious time for activities that truly rejuvenate and energize you, whether getting enough sleep, eating nutritious meals, engaging in hobbies, or spending quality time with loved ones. Developing a healthy work-life balance is crucial. This means finding a way to manage both your professional and personal responsibilities while consistently sacrificing one for the other. Recognizing that you don't have to shoulder every burden alone and learning to delegate tasks, both at work and at home, can significantly reduce feelings of overwhelm. Effective time management skills can also play a vital role in preventing burnout. Prioritizing your tasks, breaking large projects into smaller, more manageable steps, and utilizing productivity tools can help you feel more in control of your workload and reduce overall stress. Taking regular breaks throughout the day, even short ones, and scheduling longer breaks and vacations throughout the year are essential for allowing your mind and body to fully recharge. Cultivating hobbies and interests outside of work provides a vital sense of identity and fulfillment that extends beyond your professional life. Engaging in activities that bring you joy and allow you to express your creativity can provide a much-needed balance. Don't hesitate to seek support when you're feeling overwhelmed. Connecting with supportive colleagues, friends, family, or seeking professional help from a therapist or counselor can provide valuable emotional relief and coping strategies. Try reframing your perspective on your responsibilities. Instead of viewing tasks solely as burdens, try focus on the positive aspects of your work and personal life and see challenges as opportunities for learning and growth. Finally, actively look for opportunities to shine and feel valued in both your professional and personal endeavors. Feeling appreciated for your efforts can significantly contribute to sustained energy and motivation. It's important to acknowledge that while individual strategies are crucial, factors within the workplace, such as the overall culture, the demands of your workload, and the availability of support systems, also play a significant role in preventing burnout. Creating healthy work habits and fostering a supportive work environment are essential for long-term well-being. Furthermore, being aware of the early warning signs of burnout is key. Recognizing symptoms like chronic fatigue that persists even after rest, increased cynicism or negativity towards your work, and a growing feeling of ineffectiveness can prompt you to take proactive steps before burnout fully takes hold. In our go-go-go world, rest often gets pushed to the bottom of the priority list. But the truth is, rest isn't a reward you earn. It's a vital necessity for your well-being. There's a profound connection between rest and our mental health. Adequate breaks and downtime allow our brains a crucial time they need to process the vast amount of information we encounter daily, to consolidate memories, and to prepare for future tasks with renewed energy and focus. The benefits of prioritizing rest and recharge are numerous. Improved cognitive function is a significant one. Rest sharpens our mental clarity, enhances our memory retention, improves our concentration, and boosts our problem-solving skills. Regular breaks and sufficient downtime also play a key role in reducing stress and anxiety. Rest helps to lower the levels of cortisol, the primary hormone associated with stress, promoting a more balanced and peaceful state of mind, contrary to the belief that more work equals more productivity. Studies have shown that well-rested individuals are actually significantly more productive and efficient. Rest allows us to approach tasks with greater focus and creativity, often leading to higher quality work in less time. Moreover, rest and relaxation have a profound effect on our mood. When we are well-rested, we are more likely to experience positive emotions and a greater overall sense of well-being, which can reduce the likelihood of experiencing mood disorders such as depression and anxiety. Interestingly, creativity often flourishes when the mind is at ease. Taking the time to rest and step away from work or problem-solving can actually stimulate creative thinking, leading to new ideas and innovative solutions. Incorporating rest and relaxation into your daily life doesn't have to be complicated. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep each night to allow your body and mind to fully recover. Take regular short breaks throughout your workday to prevent burnout and maintain productivity. Dedicate time to engaging in hobbies and activities you genuinely enjoy and find relaxing. Spend time outdoors in nature, even if it's just a short walk in a park, as this can significantly reduce stress levels. Incorporate mindfulness techniques and deep breathing exercises into your daily routine to help you stay grounded and focused. Set clear boundaries between your work and personal life to ensure you have dedicated time for rest and relaxation. And don't hesitate to seek support from friends, family, or mental health professionals when you need it. It's important to distinguish between true rest and avoidance. While the urge to withdraw from stressors is understandable, Genuine rest involves actively engaging in activities that replenish your energy and promote your overall well-being. Avoidance, on the other hand, often leads to increased anxiety and unresolved issues. Think of rest as an active form of self-care, a conscious choice to prioritize your health and well-being, rather than a passive escape from your responsibilities. Remember, the words you speak to yourself hold incredible power in navigating stress and preventing burnout. Throughout this journey, try incorporating positive affirmations into your daily self-talk. When you notice the signs of stress creeping in, encourage yourself with phrases like, "I am becoming more aware of my body's signals, and I will respond with kindness." As you implement stress management techniques, remind yourself, "I am choosing healthy ways to cope with this stress, and I am getting stronger with each step." When you're focused on preventing burnout, affirm, "I am setting healthy boundaries to protect my well-being, and I deserve this balance in my life." And when you prioritize rest, speak to yourself with compassion. "I deserve to rest and recharge, and this time will ultimately make me more effective and joyful." Consider incorporating specific affirmations such as, "I am capable of handling the situation. I am strong and resilient. I am prioritizing my well-being. It's okay to ask for help when I need it. I am learning and growing from this experience. I deserve to feel rested and energized, and my worth is not defined by my productivity." Positive self-talk has a remarkable ability to help reframe negative thought patterns and build a more resilient mindset when facing stress and a potential for burnout. Managing stress and preventing burnout is not a one-time fix, but rather an ongoing journey of self-awareness, intentional choices, and compassionate self-care. Be patient and kind to yourself as you integrate these strategies into your life. There will be days that feel more challenging than others, and that's perfectly normal. The key is to keep learning, keep practicing, and keep reminding yourself of your inherent strength and resilience. Remember, the words you consistently speak to yourself have immense power. Choose words of kindness, encouragement, and strength, and you'll be well on your way to managing stress, preventing burnout, and creating a life that feels more balanced, fulfilling, and truly your own. Chapter 13, Living with Compassion. In our journey of rewiring our minds with the power of positive self-talk, we've explored how the words we use can shape our inner world, fostering strength, resilience, and a more optimistic outlook. But the transformation doesn't stop within the confines of our own thoughts. Just as the right words can heal and uplift our spirit, the cultivation of compassion acts as a profound force, extending the healing touch both inward toward ourselves and outward to the world around us. Consider compassion as the very heart of positive self-talk, the emotional bedrock upon which a truly resilient and connected life is built. It's not merely about altering our thoughts. It's about fundamentally shifting how we feel toward ourselves and others, creating a ripple effect of kindness that enriches our lives and the lives of those we touch. To truly embrace a life of compassion, it's essential to first understand the nuances of two closely related concepts, empathy and compassion. Empathy, at its core, is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person. It involves both a cognitive element, where we take the perspective of another, try and see the world through their eyes, and an emotional element, where we resonate with their feelings, perhaps even experiencing a similar emotional state ourselves. Think of it as stepping into someone else's shoes and feeling, to some degree, what they are feeling. This ability to connect emotionally is considered a fundamental aspect of morality, guiding us toward the golden rule, and a key ingredient in building successful relationships by helping us understand the needs and intentions of others. It's important to distinguish empathy from sympathy. While empathy involves understanding another's experience as if it were your own, while still maintaining a sense of separate self, sympathy involves being moved by or responding in tune with another person's feelings. Researchers often categorize empathy into different types, including emotional or affective empathy, which involves feeling the same emotion as another, and cognitive empathy, which is the ability to perceive and understand another's emotions. Compassion, however, takes empathy a step further. It is empathy coupled with a deep desire to alleviate suffering and promote the well-being of another. The very word compassion literally means to suffer together, highlighting the shared human experience of pain and the motivation to relieve it. While empathy allows us to feel with someone in their pain, compassion moves us to feel for them and to actively seek ways to help. Consider the difference. You might feel a pang of sadness, empathy, when you see someone struggling to carry heavy bags, but compassion would prompt you to offer assistance. Affective empathy, where you feel the emotions of another, often serves as a powerful precursor to compassion. Understanding these distinctions helps us recognize that while empathy is a crucial starting point for connecting with others, it is compassion that drives us to take meaningful action to support them. While extending compassion to others is vital, the journey truly begins with ourselves. Self-compassion is a practice of treating ourselves with the same kindness, understanding, and acceptance that we would offer a good friend when they're going through a difficult time. It means acknowledging our own suffering, our own imperfections, without resorting to harsh judgment or self-blame. Renowned researcher Dr. Kristen Neff has identified 3 core components of self-compassion. The first is self-kindness, which involves being gentle and supportive towards ourselves, especially when we stumble or fall short of our expectations. Instead of berating ourselves, we offer comfort and understanding. The second component is common humanity, the recognition that suffering and imperfection are not unique to us, but are inherent parts of the shared human experience. This understanding helps us feel less isolated in our struggles. Finally, mindfulness involves observing our thoughts and feelings with awareness and acceptance, without getting carried away by them or suppressing them. The psychological benefits of cultivating self-compassion are substantial. Research indicates that it can lead to reduced levels of anxiety, depression, and stress, as well as increased emotional resilience, allowing us to bounce back more effectively from setbacks. Studies have also shown that self-compassion can improve self-esteem, enhance motivation for personal growth, and contribute to greater feelings of happiness and optimism. Furthermore, being kinder to ourselves can positively impact our relationships with others. In fact, self-compassion provides a more stable foundation for mental well-being compared to self-esteem, as it is less dependent on external validation. Integrating self-compassion into our daily lives involves adopting practical techniques. One powerful exercise is the self-compassion break, which can be used anytime we are experiencing distress. This involves acknowledging that this is a moment of suffering, recognizing that suffering is a part of life, and then directing kindness towards ourselves, perhaps by placing a hand over our heart and offering words of comfort. Writing a self-compassion letter to ourselves, as if we were writing to a dear friend facing the same struggles, can also be deeply healing. We can also practice supportive touch, such as gently holding our arm or giving ourselves a hug, to activate feelings of calm and safety. Consciously using compassionate self-talk, replacing harsh inner criticism with words of understanding and encouragement, is another vital practice. Incorporating mindfulness practices into our routine can help us become more aware of our thoughts and feelings without judgment, creating space for self-compassion to arise. Ultimately, cultivating self-compassion is about learning to treat ourselves with the same warmth and understanding that we would naturally extend to someone we deeply care about. Once we begin to nurture compassion within ourselves, it naturally extends outward to others. Showing compassion to those around us is crucial for building strong and meaningful relationships, fostering a sense of community, and contributing to a more positive and supportive world. Compassion towards others involves acknowledging their struggles and responding with kindness, care, and genuine support. This can significantly improve communication by creating an environment of open, honest, and non-judgmental dialogue where individuals feel safe to express themselves. In times of conflict, compassion allows us to approach disagreements with understanding and empathy, leading to more effective resolutions. Furthermore, it deepens emotional intimacy in our relationships by fostering a stronger sense of connection and mutual support. There are many practical ways to show compassion in our daily interactions. Active listening, truly paying attention to what someone is saying without interrupting or judging, is a fundamental act of compassion. Offering support during difficult times, whether through practical help or simply a comforting presence, demonstrates care and understanding. Practicing forgiveness, both towards ourselves and others, is another powerful expression of compassion, allowing us to release resentment and move forward. Performing small acts of kindness, such as offering a compliment or helping someone in need, can brighten their day and create a positive connection. Showing empathy through our body language, such as maintaining eye contact and having an open posture, can also convey compassion. Perhaps most importantly, extending compassion to others requires us to challenge our own judgments and preconceived notions, striving to understand their perspectives and recognize our shared humanity. The beauty of compassion lies not only in its immediate impact, but also in its far-reaching effects. Individual acts of compassion have the remarkable ability to create a positive chain reaction, influencing not just the person receiving the kindness, but also others they encounter, and so on. Just as a single stone dropped into a still pond creates expanding ripples, one act of kindness can inspire others to be kind, setting off an ever-growing wave of goodwill. Think about those moments when a stranger's unexpected kindness brightened your day. Perhaps someone paid for your coffee or offered a genuine compliment. These seemingly small gestures can have profound impact and often inspire us to pay it forward in our own interactions. In a broader sense, when compassion becomes a guiding principle within a community, it fosters a culture of support, understanding, and well-being, creating a more inclusive and harmonious environment for everyone. Recognizing this ripple effect can be a powerful motivator, reminding us that even our simplest acts of compassion have potential to create positive change far beyond what we might immediately see. It underscores the profound interconnectedness of our human experience and the significant role each of us plays in shaping the emotional landscape of the world. Beyond its benefits for our emotional well-being and our relationships, compassion serves as a powerful catalyst for personal growth. Self-compassion, in particular, can be a tremendous motivator for self-improvement. When we approach our shortcomings and mistakes with kindness and understanding rather than harsh self-criticism, we create a safe space for learning and growth. This fosters resilience, allowing us to bounce back from setbacks and view failures as opportunities for development rather than as reflections of our inherent inadequacy. Instead of being paralyzed by fear of failure, self-compassion encourages us to take risks and step outside of our comfort zones, knowing that we will treat ourselves with kindness even if things don't go as planned. Extending compassion to others can also fuel our personal growth by broadening our perspectives, deepening our empathy, and fostering a sense of connection to the wider human experience. By understanding the struggles of others, we gain a greater appreciation for our shared humanity and are often inspired to become better versions of ourselves. Despite the clear benefits of compassion, many people hold misconceptions that can hinder its cultivation. One common myth is that self-compassion is simply self-pity, a form of wallowing in our misfortunes. In reality, self-compassion encourages perspective-taking and connection with others, while self-pity tends to be self-focused and isolating. Another misconception is that self-compassion is a sign of weakness or will make us complacent. However, research suggests that self-compassion actually fosters resilience and motivation for growth, as it stems from a desire for well-being rather than a fear of failure. Some worry that being kind to ourselves is self-indulgent or selfish. In truth, self-compassion involves recognizing our shared humanity and our inherent worth, which ultimately enables us to be more present and caring towards others. True strength lies not in relentless self-criticism, but in our capacity to extend kindness and understanding to ourselves and others, especially during times of difficulty. Living with compassion, both for ourselves and for others, is not simply a lofty ideal, but a practical path toward a more fulfilling, connected, and resilient life. Just as we consciously choose positive words to reshape our inner dialogue, we can intentionally cultivate compassion to transform our interactions with ourselves and the world around us. By understanding the power of empathy and the action-oriented nature of compassion, by embracing the gift of self-compassion, by reaching out with kindness to those in need, and by recognizing the profound ripple effect of our compassionate actions, we weave a tapestry of care that enriches not only our own lives, but also the fabric of our shared human experience. Let us, therefore, make compassion an integral part of our daily lives, a guiding force in our positive self-talk journey, and a testament to the transformative potential that lies within a compassionate heart. Chapter 14, Finding Your Flow. Imagine that magical feeling when you become utterly immersed in what you're doing. It's as if time seems to melt away. The world around you fades into background, and you experience a profound sense of effortless control and enjoyment. Perhaps you felt it while engrossed in a hobby, tackling a challenging project at work, or even during a particularly engaging conversation. This isn't some rare or unattainable state reserved for a select few. Rather, it's a natural human experience, a peak state of consciousness accessible to everyone across a wide spectrum of activities, from the most creative pursuits to the simplest everyday tasks. You might have heard it referred to as being in the zone or feeling locked in, a state where your focus is unwavering and your engagement is absolute. Many individuals have encountered this feeling without necessarily knowing the psychological term for it. Recognizing this familiar sensation and understanding the underlying principles can empower you to experience it more intentionally and more often. By understanding the nature of this magic, you can begin to unlock a powerful pathway to enhance creativity, productivity, and overall well-being. The concept of this optimal experience, often called flow, was pioneered by the renowned psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, frequently hailed as the father of flow research. He defined flow as a mental state of complete absorption in an activity, characterized by energized focus and full involvement. Through decades of meticulous research, Csikszentmihalyi and other experts have identified several key characteristics that commonly accompany this state. One of the most prominent features is an intense and focused concentration on the present moment. When in flow, distractions seem to vanish and your attention is entirely captivated by the task at hand. There's also a merging of action and awareness, a sense of becoming one with the activity itself. Self-consciousness tends to recede, freeing you from the shackles of self-doubt and inner criticism. Individuals in flow often report a strong sense of personal control or agency over the situation or activity, feeling like they are the master of their own actions. Time perception can become distorted. Hours might feel like minutes, or in some instances, time might seem to slow down, allowing for a richer experience of the present. Furthermore, the experience itself is often intrinsically rewarding or autotelic, meaning you are driven by the inherent joy and satisfaction of the activity, rather than any external rewards or pressures. Even when the task is challenging, there's often a feeling of effortlessness and ease in your actions. Clear goals and immediate feedback are also characteristic of flow, enabling you to constantly adjust your approach and stay engaged. Perhaps one of the most critical aspects of flow is the delicate balance between the challenge of the task and your skill level. The activity should be challenging enough to keep you engaged, but not so difficult that it leads to frustration or anxiety. Conversely, it shouldn't be so easy that it induces boredom. In some instances, individuals in a state of flow might even experience a temporary disconnect from basic physical needs like hunger or fatigue. Understanding these various facets of flow can help you not only recognize when you've experienced it, but also to appreciate the intricate interplay of factors that contribute to this optimal state. Experiencing flow on a regular basis can unlock a wealth of potential within you and bring about incredible benefits across numerous areas of your life. When you're in this state of deep engagement, your creativity often soars, leading to enhanced pattern recognition and innovative solutions. Productivity tends to skyrocket, and you might find yourself achieving peak performance while paradoxically feeling like you're expending less energy. The intrinsic motivation you feel during flow is powerful, fostering a deep sense of fulfillment as the activity itself becomes its own reward, independent of external validation. Emotionally, flow can be a powerful ally, leading to improved regulation and a noticeable reduction in negative emotions such as worry, stress, and anxiety. Furthermore, the focus, attention, and heightened engagement characteristic of flow can accelerate skill development and enhance learning and memory, potentially due to increased neuroplasticity in the brain. The deep involvement in a challenging yet manageable task often leads to increased satisfaction with yourself and your accomplishments, triggering the release of dopamine and fostering positive feelings both during and after the experience. Over time, a life punctuated by flow experiences can contribute to a more profound and lasting sense of happiness, overall well-being, and a greater appreciation for life. The intense concentration and absorption that define flow naturally lead to enhanced focus and an improved ability to filter out the myriad distractions that often plague our modern lives. Many also describe a sense of serenity and inner peace washing over them when they are deeply engaged in a flow-inducing activity. The sheer breadth of these benefits underscores the transformative power of flow and highlights why cultivating your life can be a cornerstone of personal growth and self-improvement. The specific conditions that help you slip into a state of flow can be quite personal, varying not only between individuals but also across different activities. These enabling conditions are often referred to as flow triggers, the unique combination of internal and external factors that pave the way for this immersive experience. These triggers can generally be categorized into psychological, environmental, and social factors. Psychological triggers encompass internal states and cognitive processes that drive your attention into the present moment. These include intensely focused attention, having clear goals for the activity, receiving immediate feedback on your progress, and experiencing the right balance between the challenge of the task and your skill level. Complete concentration, a strong sense of personal control over the activity, and intrinsic motivation fueled by your curiosity, passion, and sense of purpose also play significant roles. Environmental triggers relate to the qualities of your surroundings that can facilitate flow. These might include high consequences or a perceived sense of risk, which can sharpen your focus. A rich environment characterized by novelty, unpredictability, and complexity can also capture and hold your attention. Engaging multiple senses simultaneously, a state known as deep embodiment, can further anchor you in the present moment. While primarily relevant for group flow, social triggers can also offer insights into individual preferences. These include shared clear goals when working with others, good communication and immediate feedback within a group, a sense of familiarity among participants, equal participation in skill levels, close listening to others' contributions, and adopting a yes and mentality that encourages building upon ideas. The key to harnessing the power of flow lies in identifying your own unique set of triggers. This often requires introspection and a willingness to experiment. Consider journaling about past experiences where you felt deeply engaged and lost track of time. Note the specific activity you were engaged in, the environment you were in, your mental state at the time, and anything you might have done right before entering that state. Ask yourself probing questions. What activities consistently make me lose track of time? What tasks do I find inherently enjoyable and deeply engaging? When do I feel most focused, energized, and truly alive? It's important to remember that flow triggers are highly personalized. What propels one person into a state of effortless action might not have the same effect on another. The journey of discovering your flow triggers is a journey of self-discovery, and the insights you gain will be invaluable in designing a life that allows you to tap into this powerful state more frequently. Once you have a better understanding of what flow is and what your personal triggers might be, you can begin to intentionally shape your life to create more opportunities for these enriching experiences. Designing your life for flow involves making conscious choices about how you structure your time, the activities you engage in, and the environment you cultivate around yourself. One fundamental strategy is to set clear and achievable goals for your tasks and activities. Breaking down larger goals into smaller, more manageable steps with specific outcomes can provide a sense of direction and control, making it easier to become fully engaged. It's also crucial to consistently seek the right balance between the challenge of an activity and your skill level. If a task feels too easy, look for ways to increase its complexity. If it's overwhelming, try breaking it down into smaller components or focusing on developing the necessary skills. Cultivating an environment that minimizes distractions is also paramount. Turning off notifications on your devices, finding a quiet workspace, and consciously eliminating interruptions can create the focused space needed for deep immersion. Incorporating practices that promote mindfulness and presence can further enhance your ability to enter flow. Training your mind to focus on the present moment and letting go of ruminations about the past or anxieties about the future can create a mental landscape more conducive to flow. Establishing pre-flow rituals can also be surprisingly effective. Developing specific routines or actions that you consistently perform before engaging in a flow-inducing activity can signal to your brain that it's time to focus deeply. This might involve listening to particular music, setting up your workspace in a certain way, or engaging in a brief mindfulness exercise. Exploring different time management techniques can also support your efforts to find flow. Methods like the flow time technique, which encourages working in flow and taking breaks based on your natural rhythms, or the more structured Pomodoro technique, with its focused work intervals, can help you optimize your time and energy for deep work. Perhaps most importantly, prioritize engaging in activities that you genuinely enjoy and find meaningful. Flow is more likely to occur when you are intrinsically motivated and passionate about what you are doing. Finally, remember that the ability to enter flow, like any skill, often improves with regular practice. Don't be discouraged by initial challenges. View them as opportunities to learn and grow in your ability to harness this powerful state. In the journey of finding your flow, the power of positive self-talk can be an invaluable ally, significantly enhancing your ability to enter and sustain this optimal state. Engaging in encouraging and affirming inner dialogue can play a crucial role in boosting your confidence and self-efficacy, which are essential for tackling challenging tasks without succumbing to the grip of anxiety. Research has indicated that athletes who frequently experience flow often report a complete absence of negative thoughts and a strong sense of belief in their capabilities, frequently employing positive self-talk to reinforce this mindset. By consciously choosing to engage in positive self-talk, you can begin to reframe challenges, viewing them not as insurmountable threats, but as opportunities for personal growth and skill development. This aligns perfectly with the concept of the autotelic self, where individuals find inherent enjoyment in challenges and are driven by intrinsic motivation. Consider incorporating affirmations like, "I am capable of handling this challenge," which directly addresses potential self-doubt. Other helpful affirmations might include, "I am focused and in control," which reinforces a feeling of agency often experienced in flow. "I trust my abilities," which bolsters self-confidence. "I am enjoying this process," which cultivates intrinsic motivation. And "I am learning and growing," which reframes challenges in a positive light. Make a conscious effort to practice positive self-talk regularly, even during moments when you aren't actively trying to enter a flow state. This consistent practice can help you build a more resilient and optimistic mindset, creating a fertile ground for immersion and engagement to flourish naturally. The internal conversations you have with yourself hold immense power, and by consciously directing them towards positivity, you can effectively dismantle mental barriers that might otherwise prevent you from accessing the transformative experience of flow. Finding your flow is not a destination to be reached, but rather an ongoing and rewarding journey of self-discovery and intentional design. Cultivating self-awareness is key to recognizing your unique flow triggers and identifying the activities that naturally draw you into a state of complete immersion. Embrace experimentation with different strategies and be patient with yourself throughout the process. Remember that not every attempt to induce flow will be successful, and that's perfectly acceptable. The goal is to cultivate a greater understanding of yourself and the conditions that support your peak experiences. Ultimately, incorporating flow into your life transcends mere productivity gains. It's about tapping into a deeper wellspring of joy, fostering a profound sense of fulfillment, and forging a stronger connection with yourself and the activities that truly resonate with you. Embrace the journey, actively seek out those moments of effortless engagement, and nurture your flow experiences as a powerful pathway to a more enriching and meaningful life. Chapter 15, Embracing Lifelong Learning, the Unfolding Story of You. Life often feels like turning the pages of a captivating book. Some chapters unfold exactly as we anticipate, filled with familiar routines and comfortable expectations. Others, however, surprise us with unexpected twists, new characters, and uncharted territories. Just as a story evolves with each passing page, so too does our own journey through life. The beauty of this unfolding narrative lies in our ability to actively participate in its creation. Imagine having the power not just to read the story of your life, but to truly author it, ensuring it remains vibrant, engaging, and deeply fulfilling. This is where the concept of lifelong learning steps onto the stage, not as a dusty academic obligation, but as an exciting and empowering way to continuously shape our personal narrative. This chapter will delve into how embracing a mindset of continuous learning, fueled by our inherent curiosity and the supportive power of positive self-talk, can become an indispensable tool for profound personal growth and lasting self-improvement. The ever-expanding horizon, the importance of continuous growth. The traditional view of education often confines learning to the years spent in classrooms and lecture halls. However, a more expansive understanding recognizes that learning is not a finite phase, but rather an ongoing journey, a continuous process that extends throughout our entire lives. This perspective shifts the focus from simply acquiring credentials to embracing a perpetual state of growth and adaptation. It's about understanding that the world around us is constantly evolving, and our ability to navigate its complexities and thrive within it is directly linked to our commitment to learning and expanding our horizons. This isn't a passive absorption of information. It's an active and voluntary engagement driven by our personal desire to evolve and become the best versions of ourselves. This continuous pursuit of knowledge and skills goes beyond professional development. It fundamentally enhances our personal journey. Education, in its truest sense, has broadened its scope to encompass learning that occurs throughout our lives, in various contexts. No longer can we rely solely on the knowledge and skills acquired during our formal schooling. The rapid pace of change demands that we become lifelong learners to effectively navigate our life course. This ongoing and self-motivated approach to learning empowers us to take control of our development, identify areas for improvement, and proactively seek opportunities for growth. The consistent message across various sources emphasizes that lifelong learning is not merely beneficial, but essential for adapting to the ever-changing demands of both our careers and our personal lives. This continuous engagement with learning equips individuals with the necessary tools and perspectives to handle the unpredictable nature of life, leading to a greater sense of control and, ultimately, increased satisfaction. Becoming a knowledge navigator, actively seeking new understandings. Embracing lifelong learning means taking an active role in our education, intentionally seeking out opportunities to expand our understanding of the world and our place within it. This proactive approach involves a conscious commitment to exploring new subjects and cultivating a positive mindset toward learning. It's about recognizing that learning isn't confined to formal educational settings, but can occur in various forms, including structured courses and programs, as well as informal experiences. These modalities of learning are diverse, encompassing formal learning that leads to recognized qualifications, non-formal learning that complements formal education without necessarily granting qualifications, and informal learning that is often self-directed and arises from everyday experiences. To effectively navigate this landscape of learning opportunities, it's helpful to adopt specific strategies for acquiring new knowledge and skills. This might involve seeking guidance from books, online resources, or instructors who can break down complex topics into manageable steps. Creating a distraction-free environment conducive to focused learning is also crucial. Furthermore, the act of deliberately practicing new skills, combined with seeking feedback from others, can significantly accelerate the learning process. Beyond these structured approaches, adopting a growth mindset, setting clear and achievable goals, and actively engaging with different learning mediums can further enhance our ability to acquire new knowledge. This journey of seeking knowledge is not limited by access to traditional education. The abundance of learning opportunities available in various forms empowers everyone to become a knowledge navigator. Moreover, the emphasis on intentional and structured approaches to self-directed learning suggests that actively seeking knowledge requires a conscious and organized effort, moving beyond simply passively absorbing information. The spark within, developing your intellectual curiosity. At the heart of lifelong learning lies intellectual curiosity, a genuine love for learning and exploration. This involves nurturing a curious mind about the world and cultivating a willingness to delve into subjects that spark our interest. Intellectually curious individuals possess a deep and persistent desire to know, constantly asking, why, to gain a profound understanding of fundamental concepts. They allow their interests to guide them, making time and space to research and explore the things they find fascinating. This intrinsic drive for self-improvement and a natural discomfort with uncertainty fuels a constant pursuit of answers and a desire to expand their knowledge base. Cultivating intellectual curiosity is an active process that involves adopting certain habits. Trying new things and being open to innovative ways of approaching tasks can ignite the spark within. Actively seeking to understand by asking questions, truly listen to others, and keen observation are also essential components. Engaging in conversations with others and considering their perspectives can reveal new insights and approaches to various topics. The act of asking why encourages critical thinking and a desire to uncover the underlying principles behind things, leading to a more profound level of learning. Furthermore, the connection between intellectual curiosity and a desire for self-improvement highlights that the pursuit of knowledge is often driven by an intrinsic motivation to grow and evolve as individuals. Turning insights into action, applying knowledge for personal evolution. The true power of lifelong learning lies not just in acquiring knowledge, but in its practical application to enhance our lives. Personal development, in essence, is the process of improving our skills and capabilities through various learning activities, such as courses, workshops, or mentorships. The ultimate aim is to leverage what we learn to bring about positive changes in our personal, civic, social, and professional spheres. This might involve developing stronger communication skills, becoming more adept at managing our time, enhancing our emotional intelligence, or building greater resilience in the face of challenges. Learning new skills can be a catalyst for significant personal transformation. It can pave the way for career advancement, boost our self-confidence, refine our leadership abilities, improve our financial literacy, and unlock our creative potential. The diverse examples of personal growth demonstrate that the application of knowledge extends far beyond career success, positively influencing our emotional well-being, our relationships, and our overall satisfaction with life. Engaging in mentorships can further enhance this process, providing valuable guidance and support as we strive to apply our newfound knowledge. This highlights that applying knowledge is not always a solitary endeavor, but can be significantly enriched through collaboration and learning from the experiences of others. The mindset of a learner, how a growth perspective fuels your journey. A fundamental aspect of embracing lifelong learning is adopting a growth mindset. The belief that our abilities and intelligence are not fixed, but can be developed through dedication and hard work. This perspective is crucial because it transforms how we view challenges and setbacks, seeing them not as limitations but as opportunities for learning and improvement. This fosters resilience and adaptability, encouraging us to proactively seek new opportunities and to persist even when faced with difficulties. Cultivating a growth mindset involves several key steps. Embracing challenges with curiosity, learning from criticism rather than taking it personally, celebrating the effort we put in rather than just the outcome, maintaining a positive attitude, and setting realistic goals are all essential components. This mindset leads to numerous benefits, including greater resilience in the face of adversity, enhanced creativity in problem solving, and an overall increase in satisfaction and fulfillment. The contrast with a fixed mindset, where individuals believe their abilities are static and unchangeable, becomes apparent. Such a fixed perspective can hinder a person's willingness to embrace lifelong learning and tackle new challenges. Understanding this distinction is vital because shifting toward a growth mindset can unlock a person's potential for continuous development. Moreover, the strong link between a growth mindset and increased resilience suggests that viewing setbacks as valuable learning experiences is fundamental to sustaining a lifelong learning journey. Your inner coach, the power of positive self-talk and learning. Our internal dialogue, the way we talk to ourselves, plays a profound role in our beliefs, self-perception, confidence, and overall well-being. This inner voice can either be a supportive coach, encouraging us along our learning journey, or a critical saboteur, undermining our efforts. Positive self-talk, however, is strongly associated with numerous benefits that directly enhance the learning process, including increased confidence, improved performance outcomes, better ability to cope with stress, heightened optimism, and enhanced motivation. To harness the power of positive self-talk in our pursuit of lifelong learning, it's essential to become aware of our internal dialogue. Monitoring our self-talk allows us to identify negative thought patterns and actively work to eliminate them, replacing them with more positive and realistic affirmations. Specific strategies can be employed to cultivate a more supportive inner voice. This includes recognizing and challenging distorted thinking patterns, such as all-or-nothing thinking or catastrophizing. Using second- or third-person perspective when engaging in self-talk can also be beneficial, as it helps to create psychological distance and objectivity, framing the message as if it's coming from an external source like a mentor or coach. Furthermore, focusing our self-talk on growth and development, emphasizing what we can learn and how we can improve, can significantly boost our learning potential. Positive self-talk encourages learning by regulating our emotions, making us more efficient in our efforts, boosting our self-esteem and confidence in our abilities, and ultimately facilitating the attainment of our learning goals. Research clearly indicates the detrimental impact of negative self-talk on both our performance and our overall well-being. This underscores the critical importance of actively cultivating positive self-talk to create a supportive internal environment that fosters continuous learning and personal growth. Chapter 16, Creating a Supportive Environment. The journey of personal development is deeply intertwined with the environment that surrounds us. It's more than just the physical spaces we inhabit. It encompasses the people we interact with, the atmosphere of our homes and workplaces, and the sense of belonging we find within our communities. Just as a seed needs fertile ground to sprout and flourish, our inner growth is profoundly influenced by the external world we cultivate around ourselves. This chapter delves into the crucial elements of creating a supportive environment, exploring how our surroundings can either hinder or enhance our positive self-talk and overall well-being. By consciously shaping our environment, we can lay a strong foundation for personal growth and empower the positive words we speak to ourselves to truly take root and rewire our minds for success and happiness. The foundation of flourishing, understanding the impact of our surroundings. Our environment is not a passive backdrop to our lives. It actively communicates with our minds, shaping our thoughts and emotions in ways we often don't fully realize. Consider the subtle unease that can creep in when a room is cluttered and disorganized, making it difficult to focus and inducing a feeling of being overwhelmed. Conversely, a space filled with natural light can instantly uplift our spirits, fostering a sense of energy and positivity. The immediate surroundings have a tangible impact on our stress levels and our overall mood, influencing not just our feelings, but even the very structure and function of our brains. Research indicates that factors present in our environment can trigger physiological responses, such as the release of cortisol, the stress hormone, demonstrating a direct link between our physical world and our biological well-being. This connection highlights the importance of being mindful of the messages our environment is sending us and recognizing its power to affect us on a fundamental level. Furthermore, the relationship between our mood and our environment is a dynamic one, often working in a reciprocal manner. When we feel low or unmotivated, we might lack the energy to maintain a tidy and organized space. This neglect can then inadvertently contribute to our negative feelings, creating a cycle where a cluttered environment further exacerbates feelings of stress or depression. Breaking this cycle requires conscious effort to improve our surroundings, even when we may not initially feel like it. By taking small steps to create a more positive and organized environment, we can begin to shift our emotional state and foster a greater sense of well-being. The natural world holds a particularly powerful influence on our psychological health. Numerous studies have consistently shown that spending time in nature offers profound benefits, including a reduction in stress, an improvement in mood, enhanced cognitive function, and an overall increase in well-being. Even simply viewing scenes of nature can evoke positive feelings and contribute to a sense of calm. The advantages of connecting with nature extend beyond our emotional state. Exposure to natural environments can actually lead to lower blood pressure, a reduced heart rate, decreased muscle tension, and a decrease in production of stress hormones. This physiological response underscores the vital role nature plays in our physical and mental health. Different types of natural environments can also offer unique benefits. Both green spaces, such as parks and forests, and blue spaces, like lakes and oceans, contribute positively to our well-being, while more remote and biodiverse natural settings may offer particularly strong benefits. Even the presence of urban parks and trees can lead to positive outcomes, making nature accessible even in the midst of city life. Our indoor spaces, including our homes and workplaces, also wield significant influence over our well-being, either supporting our positive self-talk or inadvertently hindering it. Factors such as noise levels, the amount of natural and artificial light, the temperature, the quality of the air we breathe, and the presence of clutter can all significantly impact our stress levels, our ability to concentrate, and our overall mood. The sensory elements within these indoor environments, such as the colors we choose, the sounds that surround us, and the textures we interact with, play a crucial role in our mental health and our journey toward recovery and well-being. Soft and neutral colors, ample natural light, and the gentle sound of nature tend to create a calming and restorative atmosphere. In contrast, jarring or unnatural sensory experiences, such as harsh lighting, clashing patterns, or loud, disruptive noises, can have a detrimental effect on our mental state. Furthermore, a lack of natural light in our indoor spaces can disrupt our natural sleep patterns and negatively impact the production of vital neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin, which are essential for regulating our mood and can potentially contribute to feelings of depression. Recognizing the profound impact of both our natural and built environments is the first step towards consciously creating surroundings that nurture our positive self-talk and support our overall well-being. Cultivating your inner circle, choosing positive influences. Beyond our physical surroundings, The people we surround ourselves with form a critical component of our supportive environment. Our relationships often act as mirrors, reflecting back to us our strengths, our vulnerabilities, and the patterns of our behavior. The feedback we receive from the individuals we connect with provides valuable insights, helping us to understand ourselves on a deeper level. Healthy relationships foster an atmosphere where both individuals involved can flourish, learn, and evolve together, encouraging one another to strive towards their full potential. Strong social connections are fundamental to our mental, emotional, and even our physical health. Research consistently demonstrates that individuals with robust social networks experience lower rates of anxiety and depression, enjoy higher levels of self-esteem, and may even benefit from a strengthened immune system and a longer lifespan. Conversely, feelings of loneliness and social isolation can have severe negative consequences for our health, with some studies suggesting the impact can be comparable to the health risks associated with smoking. This stark comparison underscores the vital importance of cultivating and maintaining meaningful connections with others. It is not merely the number of relationships we have, but rather the quality of those connections that truly matters. Having a few close, supportive relationships can be far more beneficial to our well-being than a large network of superficial acquaintances. Supportive relationships play a crucial role in our personal growth by providing a safe and encouraging space where we feel empowered to explore our potential and take necessary risks. The positive feedback we receive from supportive individuals can significantly boost our sense of self-worth, while mutual respect within these relationships enhances our self-confidence. In fact, research suggests a direct link between supportive relationships and increased feelings of self-confidence, which in turn can enable us to actively pursue opportunities for personal development. The feeling of having others believe in us and support our endeavors can provide the courage and motivation needed to step outside our comfort zones and strive for growth. Just as positive relationships can uplift and empower us, negative or toxic relationships can have a detrimental effect, draining our energy and hindering our personal progress. Recognizing the signs of unhealthy relationships and establishing clear boundaries is essential for protecting our overall well-being. Inconsistent communication, unresolved conflicts, and interactions with people who are unreliable or consistently negative can create significant stress. Being mindful of the impact these relationships have on our mental and emotional state, and taking steps to limit their negative influence is a vital aspect of creating a supportive environment for ourselves. Designing your personal haven. Crafting a physical space for success and well-being. The physical spaces we inhabit, both at home and at work, have a profound influence on our focus, our creativity, and our overall sense of well-being. Creating a well-designed workspace is not simply an aesthetic preference. It can significantly boost our productivity and contribute to our happiness. Elements such as the quality and type of lighting, the level of background noise, the ergonomic design of our furniture, and even the colors we choose to surround ourselves with all play a critical role in shaping our mood and our efficiency in the spaces where we spend a significant amount of our time. One of the most impactful steps we can take in designing a supportive personal haven is to declutter and organize our spaces. Cluttered environments can lead to feelings of being overwhelmed and can trigger anxiety, while tidy and organized spaces tend to promote a sense of calm and control. Organizing our desks and our homes can help to eliminate distractions, making it easier to concentrate on the tasks at hand and enhancing our overall ability to focus. Research even suggests that clutter in our workspace can elevate levels of cortisol, the stress hormone, highlighting the importance of decluttering not just for our mental peace, but also for our physiological well-being. Implementing simple yet effective organizational strategies, such as utilizing vertical space with shelves and organizers, clearly labeling items, and ensuring that everything has a designated place, can significantly improve our productivity and reduce feelings of stress. Optimizing the sensory elements within our personal spaces is another key aspect of creating a supportive environment. Paying attention to the lighting, the sounds, the temperature, and the overall aesthetics of our surroundings can make a significant difference in how we feel and function. Maximizing our exposure to natural light is particularly important, as it helps to regulate our natural sleep-wake cycle and can positively impact the production of neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin, which are crucial for mood regulation. Choosing calming and inspiring colors for our walls and decor, and consider the addition of indoor plants, can also contribute to a more positive and productive atmosphere by boosting our mood and improving air quality. By consciously designing our personal havens with these elements in mind, we can create spaces that truly support our success and overall well-being. Finding your tribe, the power of community and connection. As inherently social beings, humans possess a fundamental need for connection and a sense of belonging. Being part of a community, whether it's a group of friends, a shared interest club, or a broader network of like-minded individuals, provides us with a sense of identity, acceptance, and invaluable support. The absence of strong social relationships can lead to feelings of profound loneliness and isolation, which research has identified as significant risk factors for premature mortality, with some studies suggesting the impact is comparable to the dangers of smoking and obesity. This underscores the critical importance of actively cultivating and participating in communities that resonate with us. Engaging with a community offers a multitude of benefits that contribute to our personal growth and overall well-being. Involvement in community activities can increase our social awareness, provide valuable networking opportunities, improve our mental health by combating loneliness, enhance our communication skills through regular interaction, and significantly boost our self-esteem. Communities serve as vital sources of emotional support, particularly during challenging times, offering a sense of comfort and solace in knowing we are not alone. Furthermore, interacting with the diverse perspectives and experiences found within a community can broaden our horizons, challenge our assumptions, and foster significant personal growth. Finding our tribe, those groups and communities that align with our specific interests, values, and personal and professional goals, is a crucial step in building a supportive environment. This might involve joining clubs or organizations centered around our hobbies or passions, volunteering our time for causes we believe in, attending workshops and seminars related to our areas of interest, or actively participating in online forums and communities that share our values. If we find that existing communities do not fully meet our needs, creating our own group or community can be a powerful way to connect with other like-minded individuals who share our specific interests and aspirations. Support groups offer a particularly valuable space for connecting with others who are navigating similar challenges in their lives, providing a sense of shared experience, emotional support, and practical advice. Whether meeting online or in person, these groups can help to combat feelings of isolation and foster a profound sense of understanding and validation. Moreover, participating in self-improvement groups can provide an added benefit of accountability, making it more likely that we will stay committed to our personal goals and continue on our path of growth. By actively seeking out and engaging with communities and support systems that resonate with our needs and values, we can build a powerful network of connection that significantly enhances our supportive environment. Bringing it all together, nurturing a holistic supportive ecosystem. The 4 key aspects of creating a supportive environment: our physical surroundings, the positive influences we choose, the design of our personal spaces, and the community connections we cultivate, are deeply interconnected and work in concert to impact our overall well-being. Nurturing a supportive ecosystem requires a holistic approach, recognizing that each of these elements plays a vital role in fostering positive self-talk and facilitating personal growth. To begin creating a more supportive environment in your own life, consider taking small, actionable steps in each of these areas. Start by making minor adjustments to your home or workspace to reduce clutter and optimize sensory elements like lighting and organization. Identify and actively nurture the positive relationships in your life, while establishing healthy boundaries with those that may be draining or negative. Seek out or create communities that align with your values and interests, and make an effort to engage with like-minded individuals. Remember the powerful benefits of spending time in nature and consciously incorporate it into your routine. Creating a supportive environment is not a one-time task, but rather an ongoing process, a continuous commitment to nurturing your well-being and actively supporting your personal growth journey. While the external environment plays a crucial role, it's important to remember the power of positive self-talk, the very foundation of this book. A supportive environment acts as fertile ground, amplifying the benefits of the positive words we speak to ourselves, creating a virtuous cycle of growth, resilience, and lasting well-being. By consciously shaping our surroundings and our connections, we empower ourselves to thrive and unlock the transformative potential within. Conclusion: your journey forward, embracing the power within. As you reach the final pages of this book, Take a moment to acknowledge the journey you have undertaken. You have explored the intricate landscape of your inner voice and discovered profound influence of the words you speak to yourself. It is with sincere gratitude for your commitment to understanding and harnessing this power that we arrive at this concluding chapter, a space for reflection, reinforcement, and a renewed sense of purpose. The central message we have explored together is clear. Your internal dialogue holds immense power, capable of shaping your thoughts, feelings, and ultimately, the trajectory of your life. By consciously choosing positive self-talk, you have unlocked a potent tool for significant personal transformation. In these final moments, we will revisit the key principles and practices that have formed the foundation of this exploration, reaffirm your innate capacity for change and self-creation, issue a call to action to embrace your ongoing journey, and leave you a final message of empowerment and inspiration to live your best life, starting now. Reflecting on your transformation, summarizing the key principles and practices for personal growth. At the heart of this book lies a fundamental concept that self-talk, the continuous internal conversation we engage in, significantly impacts our lives. Becoming aware of this ever-present dialogue is the crucial first step towards intentional change. It is essential to recognize the distinct influence of positive and negative self-talk, understanding how each can either uplift and motivate or hinder and discourage our thoughts, feelings, and subsequent behaviors. The very nature of our thoughts holds a remarkable power, shaping our perception of reality and even affecting our physical well-being. Therefore, learning to identify and challenge negative thought patterns is paramount. Common forms of negative self-talk, such as filtering, where positive aspects are ignored while magnifying the negative, or catastrophizing, where worst-case scenarios are automatically assumed, can significantly impede personal growth. Fortunately, we have explored practical strategies for cultivating positive self-talk, including the use of affirmations, positive statements that reinforce desired beliefs, the practice of gratitude, which shifts our focus to the good in our lives, and consciously directing our attention towards our strengths and capabilities. The key to truly integrating these principles lies in consistently incorporating positive self-talk into our daily routines, transforming it from a conscious effort into a lasting and beneficial habit. These principles of positive self-talk are intrinsically linked to the broader themes of personal growth and self-improvement that resonate throughout the self-help genre. As emphasized, personal growth is not a one-time achievement, but an ongoing process that demands sustained effort and unwavering commitment. A foundational element of this journey is self-awareness, the ability to understand our own thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. This self-knowledge, cultivated through practices like reflecting on our internal dialogue, allows us to identify areas where positive change is needed. Setting clear goals provides direction for this growth, and taking full responsibility for our lives empowers us to actively pursue these goals and shape our desired outcomes. The tools and techniques explored in this book offer a robust framework for continuous self-improvement across various facets of life, including our relationships, career aspirations, and overall well-being. It is important to remember that the path of personal growth is rarely linear. You may encounter moments of setback or feel like you are not progressing as quickly as you had hoped. During these times, recall the power of positive self-talk as your internal support system, a tool to help you navigate challenges and bounce back with renewed determination. The effectiveness of any self-help principle, including the positive self-talk techniques you've learned, hinges on consistent effort and dedicated application. Simply reading about these concepts is not enough. True transformation arises from actively implementing these strategies in your daily life. The principles we have discussed throughout this book are not isolated ideas, but rather align with fundamental concepts found in many successful self-help resources. This widespread presence underscores the validity and universal applicability of cultivating a positive internal dialogue as a cornerstone of personal development. The power within you, reinforcing the reader's capacity for change and self-creation. Within each of you reside an inherent and often untapped potential for profound growth and meaningful change. This innate power is directly connected to your remarkable ability to consciously control and purposefully direct your internal dialogue. Countless individuals have embarked on transformative journeys, rewriting their life narratives through the deliberate practice of positive self-talk. Remember that your past experiences, while shaping who you are today, do not dictate the limits of your future possibilities. You possess the agency, the inner strength, to actively create the life you truly desire. A fundamental aspect of unlocking this potential lies in believing in yourself and your inherent capacity for positive change. This self-belief acts as a powerful catalyst, fueling your efforts and paving the way for the transformation you seek. Embrace the empowering concept of self-creation, the active process of shaping your identity and your future through the conscious use of your thoughts and language. Consistent engagement in positive self-talk is a powerful tool in building unwavering self-confidence and cultivating a positive and affirming self-image. Furthermore, this conscious direction of your internal narrative plays a vital role in forming positive habits that support your growth and breaking free from negative patterns that hold you back. Taking complete responsibility for your thoughts and your subsequent actions is a cornerstone of this process of self-creation. Ultimately, the power to choose your internal narrative rests firmly within you, allowing you to become the architect of your own life, designing a future filled with purpose and fulfillment. The conviction that you can change acts as a powerful engine for transformation. When you genuinely believe in your ability to evolve and improve, you are far more likely to invest the necessary effort and dedication to bring about that change. This belief system sets in motion a chain of events where positive expectations lead to positive actions and ultimately positive results. Furthermore, the ability to skillfully manage your thoughts is a fundamental aspect of personal empowerment. Positive self-talk serves as a direct and effective tool for this thought management, allowing you to take control of your internal landscape and navigate challenges with greater clarity and resilience. By consciously choosing empowering and encouraging words, you gain mastery over your inner world, which have profound implications for your overall well-being and your ability to shape your external reality. Finally, consistently focusing on your inherent strengths and positive attributes, reinforced through the practice of positive self-talk, is a powerful way to build unwavering confidence and lay a solid foundation for continued personal growth. This positive internal reinforcement creates a virtuous cycle. As your confidence grows, you are more likely to engage in further positive self-talk and embrace new opportunities for development, leading to even greater self-assurance and continued progress. Thank you for listening. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel to get updated with upcoming audiobooks. Feel free to ask anything in the comment box.